Welcome aboard a Happy Hour Friday show, everybody. It's the Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there. I got, last night was one of the more disappointing sports night in Philly, and I don't want to say a long time. A lot of them end up disappointing. But, it's set up to be an interesting night. Flyers are this hot team. You're all excited. 7 o'clock, you get an hour of Flyers window all by themselves, and it's 4-1. It was 1-1, and then it was 2-1, and then it was 3-1, and then it was 4-1. And it was like, all right, I'll flip over to the Sixers, and they're down by 30. And you were just left flipping back and forth to two lousy games last night. I mean, the Sixers got back into it last night. They were actually down 5 with 2 minutes left in that game. So they did fight hard and got back into the game, but just two lousy efforts last night. The Flyers just, for whatever reason, Detroit smoked them last week, smoked them again last night, and you hope that that isn't a loss that ruins your opportunity here, because as positive as everything felt, that loss last night hurts. And it hurts for statistical reasons. It's not just, hey, you needed that game, because the Islanders win last night. They put some pressure on you. They're a game behind you. And I think mathematically, with that win last night, if you would have won that game, I think the Flyers, it was 80% chance that they would have been in the playoffs. But because they lost the game last night, now that number drops to about 40%. So you don't even have a 50-50 shot to get in. You're actually 40-60 to get in. Now, you've got a couple of games, and we talked about this the other day with the Flyers. The schedule makers were not kind to them for the last stretch of games here. You've got to go all the way out to Western Canada now and play a Winnipeg team that has been playing pretty good. And Winnipeg would like nothing more, right, at this stage of the season, to play a little spoiler. They're still on the peripheral of the wild card opportunity here, if you will. If you like to kind of watch the what's going on in the Western Conference, Winnipeg would be similar to, they're 3 points out, right? They're 3 points out with 4 to go. So they're in this thing. They need this win tonight, Winnipeg, and they've won 3 straight. So you've got to go out to Western Canada and go play this Jets team, which is tomorrow. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. And then it's no easier after that, because you finished the season on a back-to-back. The Flyers play on Monday and on Tuesday. Correct? Is it Monday, Tuesday, or Tuesday, Wednesday? It is Monday, Tuesday. So Saturday, you're out in Western Canada. You got to fly back home. And I think Winnipeg is it's Central Time Zone. So it's not way out. It's like Vancouver way out that way. But it's a trip. It's definitely a flight after going to New Jersey, then Detroit, then Winnipeg. Then you got to come home and play Carolina. And if you haven't noticed, Carolina's pretty darn good. I don't know that Carolina, if you're the Hurricane, I don't know that you're all that interested in the Flyers getting into the playoffs. So Carolina, who has locked up I don't want to say locked up. Them in Buffalo are kind of mono, but they're 2 points ahead of Buffalo, and they have a game at hand. That being said, they have to win too. Carolina does, if they want the top seed in the East. And then your last game of the season, the last one, is against Montreal. And Montreal is fighting for the same thing. They're 2 points behind Buffalo with a game at hand. They could get the top seed in the Atlantic, and that would get them to play one of the wild card teams instead of having to play Tampa. So Montreal needs to win. Carolina needs to win. Winnipeg needs to win. Philadelphia also needs to win, because they got the Islanders breathing down their neck. Now, what's left for the Islanders? The only good thing about the Islanders is, well, they play the same teams. Ottawa, not Winnipeg, but Montreal and Carolina. So they play Montreal and they play Carolina. They just are flip-flopped. Now, they play Saturday, Sunday back-to-back, and then a Tuesday. So both of the Flyers and the Islanders do not have enviable situations here down the stretch. And you can make a case that the Flyers is a little easier because Ottawa, I would say, is probably a better team than Winnipeg is. Ottawa, though, they are the wild card right now. They need to win. So every team in the situations here between Philadelphia and the Islanders, and that's the one I'm kind of looking at most than anything here. Forget the wild card situation, which you're 2 points back of Ottawa as well, because you need Ottawa to beat the Islanders, which would put you out of position to try to catch the Ottawa Senators. So the game last night, it was one of those games where, man, the difference between a win and a loss really feels big. You know, it's like an NFL game when you lose and the difference between what 8 and 6 looks like versus, if you end up losing that game and you're 7, you're like, man, 8 and 6 just feels so much different than 7 and 7. And I know right now the Flyers have been a very positive bunch and it's been all good. But, man, what a letdown this would be if they just don't figure out a way to get into the playoffs here. They have grabbed the town. They have grabbed you. But can they finish the deal? 40% chance is what the number says for the Flyers. I don't know what that 40% is based on, maybe scheduling, blah, 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 blah.
Schedule, yeah.
But you've got 3 games. The Islanders have 3 games. Mm-hmm. You had those games at hand on the Islanders, and you had a lot of stuff go your way to where now you have 1 point more than them. That 1 point, can it be the difference? We'll see. Down the stretch they come. Durso joins us tonight at 5:30 and see what math he's got and how this all kind of maps out for the Flyers, for the Islanders. And then, obviously, there's a couple other scenarios, but Ottawa. Now, if the Islanders beat Ottawa, I guess that gets you in play for the wild card situation. But now, would you rather be a wild card team and play, I guess you would be the worst wild card team. That means you would play probably Carolina. That's probably not enviable. If you're the best wild card team, you would play Buffalo or Montreal. So you want to win that division and play. You want to be in the division, the number 3 spot, and play Pittsburgh. That's probably your best opportunity.
Absolutely. Because Pittsburgh is a very flawed team at this point in the season. And we know styles in hockey make fights. And you want to play the team that's going to give you the least amount of trouble.
Yeah. By the way, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh. Philly beat Pittsburgh the first time. Pittsburgh beat them the second time. Pittsburgh beat them the third time. Philly beat them, so they split their 4 games 2-2. Pittsburgh, by the way, plays Washington tomorrow and Sunday. They play the Blues on Tuesday to wrap up their season. And for those of you wondering where Pittsburgh is, of course, they are second in the Metro. Philadelphia is currently third in the Metro. However, you are 6 points behind Pittsburgh, so that ain't happening.
The key is that Pittsburgh is much more injured now than they were earlier in the year.
Well, that's the Flyers side of things. So they got down early, and they never really got back into that game. It was, it was 1-1 at one point, and then was quickly not, and then it just got away from you. 4-1.
Detroit had too many breakaways on the goalie, and this is the flaw of the Flyers, that they don't have the best depth at defensemen, and because of that, there's opportunities for a team that have guys like DeBrink and Kane who can basically get an open ice and blitz your goaltender.
Well, and Larkin's pretty damn good, too. You left
Larkin
him out.
too.
Hat trick for him last night. Larkin's awesome. I mean, he's one of the guys in this league that virtually everybody knows. But so you lose the game last night. Now, that game is 4-1 after 2. So when the intermission comes, you're like, okay, let me go flip over to the Sixers and see how they're going to disappoint me. And it was pretty much from Jump Street that game appeared that you were not. Now, they're down 9 after 1, and then that balloons up to what? I think they were down like 17 at the half, if memory serves. And you're like, well, okay, I got my answer on how the Sixers took the Embiid news today. But and then again, they lost the third quarter. They're entering the fourth quarter, and they are like down. I think I flipped it on. They were down like 28 or something at one point.
There's when they were down 25 that I remember I was watching.
Jeez.
Because I looked at the score. I was trying to do the math in my head, and I heard, oh, they're down 25 now. I'm like, thanks for doing the math for me.
Yeah, it was so depressing. So it's like you're going back and forth between the Flyers and the Sixers. I said, what could make this more depressing? You know what I'll do? I'll do a 4-box multi-screen of all the news channels. Like that's the only thing that can be worse television is. Let me put up the 4 talking heads telling me how awful. Right? That's like, let me see how this part of the world lives. Let me hear what kind of nonsense is getting told to me on the screen here, because what I'm watching over here is not doing me any good either.
No.
I quickly got out of that 4 box.
Smart. You don't need that in your life.
Oh, man, it was pretty comical. I said, people are watching this. This is unbelievable. However,
they're probably the same people who hate sports. So,
well, I went back to the Sixers, and then next thing I know, they're making a run. You know, I saw Adam Aaronson, by the way, Sixers Adam, is going to join us at 3:30 today. We got our Phillies Fastball segment coming up in about 8 minutes from now. Phillies expected to make some changes to the lineup today. That's what we are hearing. So, but by the way, so Sixers Adam, great follow on Twitter. He's going to join us at 3:30 today. I saw him tweet that the Sixers are on a 16-0 run, and they have cut the lead to 7 points with 4:48 left. Timeout Rockets. And I said, all right, I got to flip back to the Sixers game here. So here I am, and I saw them get back to 5 points. And it just looked like they ran out of gas. I mean, they just were, it looked like the Rockets gave up. The Sixers kept fighting. And then it was hard for the Rockets to, give a crap again. And then Durant hit a 3, and that was kind of all she wrote.
Yeah, Durant kind of had that moment late in the fourth quarter. He's just like, give me the ball and get the bleep out of my way.
Yeah, he was just like, all right, guys, this is enough. This charade has gone on long enough. And he hits a dagger 3, and you're like, okay, that was cute while it lasted.
Yeah. Durant showed you again why he's Kevin Durant and you're not.
Well, I mean, listen, the Rockets are pretty darn good. And it's funny, I was watching the Rockets play last night, and the Rockets not too long ago were awful. Like, they were a terrible team, but it just goes to show how the league is transforming and changing, and the Sixers are just getting left in the dust.
Right.
And I had this conversation this morning where the Sixers are in a horrible situation where you've got Maxey and Edgecombe. Are Maxey and Edgecombe good enough to be championship-level players, or are they just good enough to make you good, not great? Like, if you have Maxey and Edgecombe, the problem is you need to pair players with Maxey and Edgecombe. The problem is for the next 2 seasons, you've got the money that you would use to pair with Maxey and Edgecombe tied up into Embiid and George. So you have to wait for those contracts to expire to find the partners for Maxey and Edgecombe.
And that's the real problem to me, Mike, which is it's not about Maxey and Edgecombe. It's about who you pair them up with.
Yeah, but that is right now, it's on pause because, listen, Maxey makes a lot of money. Edgecombe's going to get a lot of money when it's his turn, I'm sure. But the Sixers' money is all wrapped up into 2 players that aren't helping them enough.
Right.
Embiid, obviously, is just unreliable as unreliable gets. And George, you've got for what? 2 more seasons.
2 more years.
And he's just a good player now. He's not a great player. So that's not doing Maxey and Edgecombe any favors. So you have got to look at this team and, you're watching everybody pass them by. Oklahoma City obviously went flying past them. But all these teams that a couple of years ago that you remember, man, the Rockets stunk a couple of years ago. Well, now all of a sudden, the Rockets have gotten good. You look at the teams in the East. Detroit, they were horrible for a long time. Now all those horrible years, that's turned them. They're the best team. I mean, they were horrible. What did they do? They drafted Cade Cunningham. They got Jalen Duren. I mean, next thing you know, all these draft picks that they kept getting and getting and getting, they all now are maturing at the same time, and those teams are passing you. And the Sixers are like, hey, we got Maxine Edgecombe over here. The problem is you're getting slowed down by the two old guys who are making all the money. Yeah,
Right.
It's a tough spot for them. And the playoff situation for them is basically the Grim Reaper tapped them on the shoulder last night with that loss because
Well, they tapped him earlier in the day when Joel Embiid went down.
correct. I mean, the Embiid stuff just absolutely kicks you in the groin.
I mean, that was a groin shot. That was a face kick. That was a couple of different shots.
You
And
got
you're
it
just
from every angle.
And then you're just laying on the ground like, what just happened?
So the Sixers basically need to win both of their games, and then you need Toronto to lose to either the Knicks or the Nets.
Yeah.
And that would make you jump over Toronto. But the Nets aren't interested in winning anything right now, so I can't imagine you're going to get help there. The Knicks might help you out a little bit here. The Knicks still have something to play for, obviously.
Really quick, the Nets had a starting lineup last night where the starters' combined experience was 8 games started.
Yeah, I mean, they're not
They're
good.
literally going out of their way.
They're not good. So Toronto, who lost a game, no, it wasn't Toronto, it was Orlando, lost a game recently to like the Bulls or the Pacers or somebody. But I can't imagine the Sixers win. Now, the Sixers are playing two teams that are not interested in winning. And by the way, have you seen the list of guys out for the Pacers tonight?
I have not seen that yet.
Adam Aaronson tweeted this out not too long ago.
What is the whole team?
Well, I don't know who's going to play. Pascal Siakam, Zubac, Nebhard, Naismith, T.J. McDonald, Frumphy, and Halliburton. Now, Halliburton and Nebhard, and a lot of those guys have been out all the time, but that's
Right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys are out, and then 3 guys are questionable.
So you're saying they might need to call you.
No, I'm passing tonight.
Gotcha.
I got other things to do. 609-403-0973 on
Really quick, how much money would you need to get paid? Like, let's say you had like really big plans, like you and the girlfriend, you're going to do something on a Friday night. How much money would a professional team need to pay you to bail on your plans, to be like, you know
What
what?
kind of question is this?
Well, everyone's got a number.
I would do it for the league minimum. You're going to ask me to play in a professional game? You're not going to have to do too much. You know, like the guy who drives the Zamboni car. I mean, that guy, he'll do it. Why wouldn't I do it?
Well, you said you had plans tonight.
I do, but because I don't really think I have a run in me here. And you didn't say that they were paying me. Now, if you told me I was getting compensated for it, now I've changed my mind.
Okay.
Yes.
So the compensation is really, really delineated.
100%. 609-403-0973. This hour of the show brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman, proud sponsor of Philadelphia sports coverage on 97.3 ESPN.
And when you want to have that coverage, you need to make sure that you have coverage against the insurance companies. They have a game plan. You need to have someone on your side to help you take them on. When you are injured, car accident, slip and fall, workplace injury, the law offices of Craig A. Altman have the tough lawyers to help you with the tough cases. They know how to build a case to beat the insurance companies. Call them at 856-327-8899. That's 856-327-8899. They have offices right here in South Jersey, in Vineland. They are backed by a Philly law firm that knows how to win. That's the law firm of Craig A. Altman. And, of course, they're a proud sponsor of Philadelphia sports coverage right here on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, coming up, Phillies Fastball today. It has been speculated that the Phillies will make at least a change to their lineup, if not more. We're going to get into that speculation. We'll look at the series against the Diamondbacks. Oscar and Jeff join me for today's edition of the Phillies Fastball right here on the Sports Bash. Plus, listen, for the sounder, this hour, we're running out of spots for the draft party. We're running out of spots for the draft party, so you got to hear that sounder and get in, and you could win tickets to an Eagles home game, club box seats for a game at Lincoln Financial Field this season. Stick around. It's a happy hour Friday. Plus, Sal Pal is back tonight to talk a little birds at 5 o'clock on the Sports Bash. All right, 226 to Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app live video. You can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Phillies Fastball, our Phillies report brought to you by Ventnor Social, the place to go to catch every Phillies game. 20 big screen TVs, great food and drink. I got the chicken cutlet broccoli rabe sharp provolone. That's a new meal on the menu that didn't have the last time I had been there. We will be back there on April the 30th for a Phillies day game watch party. April 30th, make an appointment to be out at Ventnor Social. They bring you the Phillies Fastball on the Sports Bash. Jeff Kerr on his latest Substack on the Phillies, check that out, writes about 3 things he liked and 3 things he didn't like about the Phillies' West Coast trip. Let's get into that now. Jeff, we'll start with you on this Friday edition. 3 things we like about the Phillies in the lineup, possible changes. Let's get into that. Jeff Kerr, what do you got?
Well, I think there are going to be changes, Mike, and I think it's going to be the number 5 hitter. And as I put out here, Philadelphia hit 167 from the number 5 spot. So whoever hit 5th, you hit 167 with 1 home run, 2 doubles, and an RBI. That's 4 for 24. Bryson Stott, 143 on the road trip, 372 OPS on the road trip. Not good. 481 OPS from the 5 spot. Just crunching the numbers here. There's going to be some changes to this lineup, and I think the number 5 spot's the one.
So, Oscar, do they have a number 5 hitter? Is there an option here?
Well, Brandon March is a no-brainer. I mean, I'm very surprised this has not happened in the beginning of the year. Brandon March has been one of the hottest hitters starting kind of, May of last year. I mean, he's one of the hottest hitters in all baseball. Why you have him down on the 7th hole is puzzling, particularly how we have started. That's one move, right? I mean, the other move is, are you willing to move Baum? I mean, Baum being in such a dry spell right now, I mean, should you move Garcia to the 4th spot? And then the other change he could make is move Schwarber to the leadoff. I mean, to me, those are the 3 changes that are possible on this lineup at this stage. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna be courageous enough to move Harper to the leadoff spot. I mean, some people have suggested that, but to me, number 1 is March being the 5th hitter. The next phase after that, if he's going to make a deeper change, would be Garcia for Baum, and then the last one would be potentially switching or flipping between Schwarber and Turner. Those would be, to me, the 3 options that are in this lineup.
You know, Bohm last year in April, in 28 games in April and March, he hit 221 with a 252 on base, 274 slug. In May, he hit 324. In June, he hit 301. July, 257. August, 283. And in September, Bohm hit 245. So he got off to a slow start again last year. I guess we give him the benefit of the doubt, and maybe he turned on. The problem with Bohm is, as we all know, no power. So if he slides down to the order, is that a better spot for him? We shall see. Obviously, you mentioned Marsh. Marsh got off to an awful start last year, but he has been pretty hot since. My question for you guys is this. Can a World Series champion have a number 5 hitter who's a platoon player?
I think it can. I mean, it's been done in the past. I mean, this is a really good platoon player. I think people make way too big of a deal of the platoons on this team between Bryson Stott and Brandon Marsh and then Mundo Sosa and Otto Kemp. I mean, really, the platoon worked last year. They slugged over 850 against an OPS over 850 against left. Like, they were a really good team against lefties with their platoons last year. What they need to do is get these guys to hit. Like, we know Brandon Marsh is going to hit. I think that is perfectly clear. We know Mundo Sosa is ultimately going to hit left-handed pitching. Otto Kemp is the one. Otto Kemp is the guy they banked on. And they can't have – what is Otto Kemp right now, guys? 2 for 12?
Yeah. Otto Kemp, by the way, has 7 strikeouts in 14 at-bats. I mean, he's really struggling
and there's
a
no
lot.
Excuse this year. Like, the knee's fine. The shoulder's fine. I think he gets to at least June or July because they're going to give him that chance, but he's got to hit.
I think the challenge with Otto Kemp is playing time, Jeff. It's playing time.
Yeah, I agree.
If he's not going to hit, I mean, if he's going to hit once a week, I mean, there's no way. For example, I don't see any lefties in the horizon in terms of who we're going to be facing. So are we better off putting him 10 days in the minor leagues so he plays every single day and plays the outfield and be able to hit, and then bring somebody like Brian De La Cruz?
This is where Mike is smart too. I saw what Mike tweeted last night. You get rid of the Dylan Moore spot, bring up De La Cruz, then you have ways to play Kemp almost every day. See, I like that way of thinking. That's where I would agree with the whole let's bring De La Cruz up at the expense of someone else.
Yeah. Right, because listen, one of the things is, Oscar, you've seen De La Cruz probably more than us, but he's a left fielder. He's an outfielder. Kemp is obviously not. Dylan Moore, there's no reason to have him start a game. You don't need him to play second base. You have Sosa is the right-handed guy on any day, and Kemp can play third. So you don't need to play Sosa at third just to get Moore a day at second. You play Kemp at third and play Sosa at second, and De La Cruz can be in left field. Then you have days where you can give Bohm a day off. You can give Harper a day off because Kemp can play the corner infielders. You don't need to create a day for Dylan Moore to get into the lineup. His bat is not why he's here. His bat is not why he's here. Kemp's bat is why he's here. So therefore, you got to find ways to get him in the lineup more. You don't need to find ways to get Moore into the lineup.
I mean, the other thing we need to think about. Go ahead, Jeff. You'll have, and I'll talk about the Brian De La Cruz.
Well, this is kind of why the whole Dylan Moore conundrum is too. Who's the backup catcher right now?
For the next maybe few days. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So I guess he's the emergency catcher if Marchand, and we don't expect Realmuto to be able to play tonight, but it sounds like they're not going to put him on the injured list, so he should be back in the next day or two, you would think.
I would assume, look, if they want to give JT tonight, that's fine. I assume he's going to be back for one of these day games, either Saturday or Sunday. Probably. I mean, if they really want to be cautious, Sunday, but I have a feeling JT Realmuto will want to play on Saturday.
Yeah, I think the other big question with Brian De La Cruz is who is Brian De La Cruz? Is Brian De La Cruz the one that played in the Dominican Winter Bowl and was the MVP and had a tremendous postseason? Has he found a way as he get older in terms, because he's a 697 OPS against lefties and a 698 against righty for his career. I mean, so it's not like he's going to turn the world on fire. The question is, has Brian De La Cruz figured it out? And those are the type of things that the Phillies are looking at right now as they start evaluating what are the best course of actions moving forward.
Well, Brian De La Cruz, real quick for the people out there wondering, he is a guy, he's 28 years old now, but he has hit in the majors, 19 homers with Miami in 2023, 21 homers with Miami in Pittsburgh in 2024. So he has a little bit of pop from the right side. His on-base percentage in spring and so far at AAA has been outstanding. It seems that he's showing more patience at the plate. That has not been his big league career, though. He has not been an on-base guy, but he can play the outfield, something that Kemp is really struggling.
And he has a high OPS, 862 OPS in AAA. I know it's AAA, but look, Otto Kemp had 900 OPS in AAA last year. So
yeah, and you guys could probably speak to this. I've said a lot on my show. You got to take AAA minor league numbers with a grain of salt. I mean, I don't know how much that translates to what you see at the big league level. You're seeing right now. Look, Justin Crawford. Quite frankly, he's struggling a little bit right now. He's almost under 200. Almost under 300. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to go down to 240, but on that West Coast trip, he struggled a little bit out in Colorado and San Francisco, and he tore up left-handed pitching at the AAA level. He tore up all pitching, and now he's struggling a little bit. Otto Kemp, he torched AAA pitching. He's having some struggles right now. So Brian De La Cruz coming up isn't filling your right-handed power. This is more to get a real left fielder out there, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's a combination of both. I think he brings you some pop as well. I mean, based on the numbers you gave that he did at the Marlins. I mean, in the Dominican Republic Winter Bowl, he played 46 games. It's a very hard league. It's the best league outside. The best foreign league is the Dominican Republic. There are a lot of Major League Baseball players and pitchers that pitch in that league. 301, 372 on base percentage, 888 OPS. And as Jeff just said, in AAA, he's at 862 OPS. So maybe the guy has figured out after all these years, he's played 5 years in the majors. So hopefully he'll figure it out, and he could be – I believe he's going to be a contributor at some point this year.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree with you too.
And Jeff, you could probably comment a little bit more on this as well. People were messaging me last night when I put that out. Why not give Felix Reyes a shot? He doesn't have major league experience.
You got the same problem with Father Kemp.
Correct. And he doesn't have major league experience, although he's been fun to watch early here. He doesn't have the experience that De La Cruz has to play right off the bat. I saw this stat from Corey Seidman today. I'm sure you guys, through 12 games over the last 5 seasons, 2022, 251, 48 runs. 2023, 282 with 51 runs. 2024, 234 with 45 runs. Last year, 257 with 56 runs. They're down to 220 and have only scored 42 runs, a 307 on base, 351 slug, 658 OPS. So the question are, those numbers are dropping. Is it early and they'll get better, or is the sign saying, no, you guys are declining?
It's a tough question. It's a tough question to answer. To be perfectly honest, I do believe. Look, I go back to the baseball card in the back, and Schwarber is a monster, guys. And we know who Schwarber is. Schwarber is very up and down, but when that guy's up, there are very few in baseball that can hit like him. Schwarber let's not forget the home run he hit in Dodger Stadium. That went outside of the park. That guy's a hitter. He's going to get. Him and Harper and Turner are going to get it going. I think once they get it going, they could support the rest of the team. I just think they're in a bad stretch as we start the season.
Well, the question I asked yesterday, this is our Phillies Fastball segment. Of course, you can watch every single weekday and, of course, be a part of the show. Hit us up in the comments section. If you're watching, hit the repost button out there. Hit the like button. Jeff, I asked the question is, okay, what if these guys are still good, but they're slightly less good than they were a year ago? Like Schwarber hit 56, now he hits 48. Harper hit 270 with 27 homers. Well, now he's down to 262 with 25. He's still good, but what if he's not as good as he was only good? You know what I'm saying?
Mike, look at the numbers. This were the numbers last year. Look at the numbers, 4.8 runs. Compared to 4.2 right now, we were 8th in baseballs in runs scored. We were 4th in OPS. And look at the OPS against lefty. We're 6th right now.
I was going to point that 29. Out. Look at that number.
Well, here's a number. Here's a number from our friend Tyler over at Phillies Tailgate. They're hitting 200 with runners in scoring position this season. That's 29th in baseball. Their runners in scoring position stats, we've been talking about it on Phillies Fastball here, guys. They are just getting opportunities, but they are not taking advantage. So does that turn around and eventually it pops?
By the way, Mike, they were hitting 173 with runners in scoring position on the road trip. 952. On base percentage of 290. I have a feeling that's going to balance out, and I think some home cooking is what they need. But you're
Giants,
not
by the way, they were
games.
3 for 27 against the Giants, 6 for 25 against the Rockies, 5 for 26 against the Nationals, and 6 for 22 against the Rangers. So yeah, it's been a rough go.
These are the numbers. They're a top 10. They're supposed to be a top 10 offense.
This is last year's numbers you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Last year. But and even this year, I do believe this team has the potential to be a top 10 offense.
But we're looking at the numbers last year. One of the numbers, OPS with runners in scoring position last season, 775. That was 8th best in the league. I got to imagine they're in the bottom 5 in that category.
They are.
Now.
They are.
Yeah.
They're not hitting left-handed pitching. They're awful against left-handed pitching this year.
159 against left-handed pitching. That's last. 502 OPS, 29th in Major League Baseball. Look, and look, I even wrote about it yesterday. This was a good team against left-handed pitching, as these numbers are telling you. You would think that they're going to come up, right? But again, it has to come down to Edmundo Sosa and Otto Kemp and the big three. They got to hit.
No doubt about it, and they have struggled. Jeff obviously looks like a change in the number 5 spot. We'll see what ends up happening with that. And, there's not the problem is you're just reshuffling the chairs on the Titanic, it feels like. You're just saying, hey, I'll put this over here, and then we'll complain about that guy for a couple, because they just don't have anybody that profiles as a 4 and 5 hitter. Garcia. Yes, but his best years are probably behind him.
Yeah, I mean, is it true? I don't think this is a Titanic, guys. I mean, we started off slowly. I do believe this team is going to heat up. I mean, Schwarber and Harper are, I was going to use the word elite, are elite hitters.
Oh, you can use elite, Oscar. We're all friends here.
I know. Our elite hitters, I mean, they're going to turn it around. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, I expect Schwarber is going to end up the year with 45 to 50 home runs. I mean, you can count on it. And he has 3 so far. So, look, they're going to turn it around.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the Titanic yet. Look, let's assume they are off this year versus last year. Let's say they're a top 15 offense. I mean, with the elite pitching they have, I mean, you should make it up. I mean,
that's the basis of my, people are getting on me because I said they're going to win 98 games. That might be high for some. They won 96 last year, and I think they have better bullpen, and I think they have better pitching.
I did not think this was a 96-win team at this time last year. I thought they were going to be like, okay, 91, 92, and they ended up winning them. But by the way, I have to look at a positive here. Harper's numbers before this road trip and after this road trip. And I should have wrote like 3 things I like as this part of the 3 things I like. But look, all of a sudden he's up to 222 with a 749 OPS. Those numbers were not that when they went to Colorado.
Jeff,
it was 120. It was 120.
I read your Substack, and everybody should check out Jeff's Substack as well. If 3 things you like include Tim Meza, this team's got problems.
Good problems or bad problems?
Well, I mean, Meza's a nice story, but he's not going to be counted on to be a big-time high-leverage guy in that bullpen. If your 5th and 6th inning guy is one of your big stories for the first 2 weeks, I think that's probably indicative of the issue.
From the road trip. This is just from the road trip. Yeah, he's had a good start to the season.
He has.
So that's how I looked at it. But yeah. By the way, I do like this. How soon can Wheeler be back and Walker be gone forever? Well,
this is
Walker is not going anywhere, by the way.
Yeah. Exactly. One of our listeners,
Zach
Jeff,
Wheeler's got another rehab start coming. Yeah.
And after that rehab, they're going to evaluate. I think the interesting part on Wheeler is, are they going to bring him pitching at 93, 92, 93 miles an hour, or they're going to wait a little bit? I mean, he needs to gain some weight. That's the other thing.
Because you have to April 30th, so he can get 2 more starts theoretically.
Yeah.
So,
well, do we have to watch? Does that mean we have to watch Walker for 2 more starts then? Is that the trade-off? Is that? By the way, Alan Rangel has been really good so far. I know some people looking at his numbers so far and say, no, they can't get rid of Walker. He makes $18 million for the last year of that deal. So he's going to be around no matter what. But we'll see when Wheeler ends up coming up.
By the way, guys, Dante Nori, really hot start in Reading.
Yes.
Last night.
He hit 400 for the Italian team. 400.
Yes. Yeah. I know. Hey, listen, he seems like one of those guys that just hits. He was born to hit. He's a smaller guy, and he just hits, and he sprays the ball. He's a guy that I hope works his way.
He told me before the season, like, when we were talking about WBC a bit, and he goes, you know what? I didn't realize I had that kind of power. He said, not that I'm going to be a power hitter, but I always thought my game was like more contact hitter, more. He goes, I realized I can go to the
Phillies
I can
need that, Jeff. The Phillies need that. They need guys to put the ball in play, hit the ball the other way. What we saw from him for Team Italy, Dante Nori, is what this team lacks. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say how the problem with Nori is he hits left-handed. Let's put that out there, right?
Yep.
That is a problem.
Left-handed. Honestly, the international prospect. I'm tracking.
You mean Renteria, Francisco Renteria?
Yeah, Francisco Renteria. I couldn't think of the last name.
He's righty.
He's a righty.
He's righty.
There's something. I mean, look, if he projects like they think he's going to project in 3 years on Phillies Fastball, we're going to be excited for his debut.
I met his parents at the World Baseball Classic. I was with them hanging out. I mean, look, that kid is going to be a superstar.
Yep.
He's like Ronald Acuna. I mean, just so you understand who we're talking about here. I mean, we are going to have probably a third hitter in the next 3 to 4 years with the Phils.
Let's look ahead to the pitching and the matchups in this Arizona series. Obviously, you mentioned Soroka, who they signed this offseason. He has been very good early. Luzardo going for the Phillies. That is the pitching matchup tonight. So Luzardo, 11 strikeouts in his last outing. That'll be the pitching matchup for tonight's game. You've got Brandon Pfaadt versus Taijuan Walker on Saturday afternoon. And then a good one on Sunday afternoon, Zach Gallen against Andrew Painter. And they're saying Gallen looks like a changed man out there. He had an up-and-down season last year, and Andrew Painter, obviously, 2 starts, 1 good, 1 not so good. But Soroka, Oscar, this guy's been outstanding. Yes, he's been outstanding.
He's a changed man, too. I mean, the guy has a 0.9 ERA in 2 starts. He looks like the pitcher the Braves brought up as one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. I mean, I'm expecting big things from this guy. His numbers against the Phillies are okay, but he goes back, way back. So he has like a 4 ERA against the Phillies in his career. I think it's 2-2 and a 4 ERA. It's going to be very, very interesting, guys. I mean, what we're going to see
Oscar,
today, it's going to be hard for this bats if this guy continues to pitch his way. Go ahead, Jeff.
Hey, Oscar, on Saturday, you get any nightmares of Game 4 there of the NLCS?
No, I'm more worried about the right side of the equation than the left side.
You remember who they started over Taijuan Walker in that game?
Oh, mine, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, it ended up working well for Christopher Sanchez, but that wasn't this Christopher Sanchez.
Yeah, for 2 innings,
he wasn't Christopher Sanchez yet.
Yeah,
he was getting there, but he wasn't there yet.
But well, obviously, this is a series where you're coming back home. And look, this is a, 9-game homestand here. This is going to be interesting. If they don't hit early in this series, boys, what ends up happening here? Do they continue to change things around? I mean, it'll be interesting to see what the crowd is like if they struggle along. How many innings tonight? Because remember, they're going to enter tonight with a 20-inning scoreless streak. So how many innings, if they don't score, that crowd lets them have it?
Well, bold prediction. They score in the first inning because that's just how baseball works.
Look, Soroka is he's pitched, 28 games against the Phillies, 12 starts and 12 relief pitching. Remember, he was with the Braves. He was a
long time.
A high regarded prospect. Then he went to Washington, and he's gone around, and now he's with Arizona. With the Phillies in 28 games, he has 5.68 ERA with a 4-4 record. So just
Oscar, when Soroka came up, and I remember all the hype Strider got when he came up, I'm like, I don't know. I always thought Soroka was better, but I guess, mechanics and injuries had a lot to do with kind of him regressing toward the mean a bit. So I kind of like how he's kind of figured some things out, at least in the early going here.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, guys, as bad as it's been for the Phillies in terms of offensively, they are 6-6. Let's take a look at the National League standings right now, where the Marlins are at the top of the pack. The Atlanta Braves, the New York Mets, they've got all sorts of problems going as well. And there's the Phillies at 6-6.
Look at this, Mike.
No one has separated themselves yet.
Well, the Mets are already playing with all sorts of issues there. They've had some bizarre stuff for them. The Marlins, though, the Marlins are a team that not a lot of people talked about being a factor in this race. Guys, can the Marlins stick around? Do they have the legs to stick around all summer long?
They did the second half of the year. They did the second half of last year. They played really, really well. Look, they're a team that is scary down the road. I still believe that they need one more season of cooking to get some of the guys in the minor leagues, but they got elite talent in the minor league system.
They do.
What are their
and as long as Alcantara's healthy, they're gonna have a shot.
Alcantara, yes, he seemingly is now back after, but one of the guys who's the key to their lineup, Kyle Stowers, Stowers has not played at all this year. And you see how many runs a game.
He was an absolute stud for them last year.
Exactly, and they're scoring 5.5 runs a game without him in their lineup. So the Marlins, interesting team to watch. My point with this is, it's not a fait accompli in the NL East. Last year, a lot of these teams the Braves had so many injuries, they were never in it. The Mets kind of fell apart in the second half. The Nationals and the Marlins, they weren't quite ready. The Phillies are going to have to they're going to be. It's going to be a much more competitive summer for them than it was a year ago.
It's going to be a fight this year. I truly believe that. Like you said, Michael, the Braves were never really in it. They got kind of back in it. They got the 500 and then they faded. The Mets really faded in the second half. I don't think the Mets are going to fade, and I know they got their problems. I still don't think the Mets are significantly better than they were last year, but they're going to be. I think the Braves have talent, and like you said, the Marlins can really be the disruptors here. They feel like the 0-1 Phillies to me. How long can you stay in the race? The 0-1 Phillies stayed in to pretty much the very end. Can the Marlins do that?
Yeah. All right, so just FYI, I just want a couple of things. I mean, right quick. Remember, the Mets have been playing without Soto, so that's one point. Just to clarify on Soroka, he's pitched 4 games against the Phillies. He has a 5.68 ERA and a record of 1-1. So just FYI. So by the way, he has not pitched well against the Phillies.
All 3 pitchers the Phillies will face this weekend, all right-handers, so you likely won't see Sosa, Kemp, and that crew for the weekend, at least in a starting capacity. One thing that's interesting, no JT Realmuto. Marchand caught the other day, but the ABS, Marchand had a tap of the hat, and he won his challenge. Let's take a look at the early stats on the ABS as the Phillies roll into this weekend because, hey, guys, this could be an important thing all season long, kind of keeping track of how good the Phillies do with this, because these could be the difference in games now as we're talking about.
Yeah, so the Phillies are doing really well. When you look at it, they're in when they have their fielders, they won 82% of the challenges when the catcher or the pitcher calls so they won a total of 9, which makes them the 8-9 teams in baseball. But they have an 82%, which is, outside of the Tigers that are 91%, they are the top 2 teams in all of baseball in terms of winning percentage. In terms of hitting, significantly less, at 55%, but the average in MLB is 48%. So let do the catchers call the challenges. We have an 82% success rate.
The Phillies have some pretty good catchers. I think they should just allow them to handle this thing.
Yeah, Schwarber called one the other night. That was an obvious one. He got called out on another one. Justin Crawford hit the head. He was not even close. That was a bad challenge by him. The hitters are worse at it, definitely, than the catchers are. All right, big weekend at Citizens Bank Park. They come home for a 9-game homestand, and tonight it is Jesus Luzardo and Soroka for the Diamondbacks. And that is the pitching matchup tomorrow. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. Taijuan Walker is taking on Brandon Pfaadt. And on Sunday, it is Zach Gallen against Andrew Painter. Lineup not out yet for either team, but we expect that to come out on the other side. Phillies Fastball brought to you by Ventnor Social. Don't forget the Sports Bash is live at Ventnor Social April 30th for our Phillies day game watch party against the Giants. Stop out, enter to win a trip to Baltimore to see the Phillies play at Camden Yards against the Orioles this summer. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. When we come back next hour, we'll talk to Nuggets for this Friday edition of Knicks Nuggets, plus Adam Aaronson on the Sixers, the future of Joel Embiid, and more. That's all coming up in the 3 o'clock hour on the Sports Bash. Right now, it's your first chance to enter for this year's Eagles draft party at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Caller 6 and caller 7, you will be in for a chance to win a pair of Eagles Club Box tickets for a game at the Link this year. You could also win an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort, gift cards, tickets to shows like comedy shows and concert events. You must be present to win on Thursday, April 23rd for the Sports Bash Eagles Draft Party, live at the Balcony Bar at the Gallery at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. You must be present to win if you want to win the Eagles Club Box tickets. Good luck. Happy Hour Friday, and a happy to our latest qualifiers, Lou in Mays Landing, Joe in Atlantic City. We'll see you guys at the Balcony Bar for the draft party this year. I'm Mike Yell. It's the Sports Bash. Happy Hour Friday. What an awful night of sports last night. Time for the Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw's here. Early Nugs today. Adam Aaronson will talk Sixers. Really, Embiid's future, what it means, because they're not going anywhere in the playoffs. That we know. I just got a medical update on Joel Embiid. He was discharged from the hospital today following successful appendectomy, and it's returning to Philadelphia. His surgical recovery will be managed by team physicians in consultation with his surgeon. A timeline to return to basketball activities has yet to be determined. That is from the Sixers, literally at this time. Nuggets, what's up, man?
Oh, do you have the violin again? Because, last night might have been even worse with everything going on. That was awful. It's bad in Philly sports. But last night, it was – I think the best word to describe last night was deflating. Deflating, I think, is the best way to describe it last night. Sixers blown out. The whole appendix issue with Embiid. Flyers, they were riding high, and they brought you back down to earth last night. No Phillies. It was just a bad night because you're still sitting with the sour taste in your mouth after 20 straight innings of no runs by the Philadelphia Phillies. So a lot of just, oh, man, how about that?
Well, how about this? A little change in the Phillies lineup, it looks like. It's not all out yet, but I have seen one. By the way, looks like Real Muto is playing today.
Okay.
Brandon Marsh is going to hit in the cleanup hole, it looks like.
You're a kid. You're joking, right?
Bryson Stott is hitting 5th, and Alec Boehm is hitting 7th. That's according to Jeff Kerr, who just tweeted this out. Marsh's cleanup, Stott will hit 5th. So you're going to go with Schwarber 2, Harper 3, Marsh 4, and Stott 5, because Arizona does not have a left-hander in the bullpen.
Mike, I am aware that it is April 10th, so there is a 1 there. I know, people get confused sometimes. They drop the 0 on April Fool's Day, etc. Brandon Marsh cannot be hitting 4th on your baseball team. I'm sorry.
He is in the 4 hole, and Bryson Stott is staying in the 5th hole.
How I was ready to get over Nuggets yesterday because it's just so deflating. Now you give me that breaking news nugget with Brandon Marsh.
Now, did you have another nugget first that was not Phillies related? Because last night, it was one of those nights where 7 o'clock, Flyers game, go to the Sixers, 8 o'clock. Well, the Flyers game was deflating. That was beat. And then I went over the Sixers. They were down 20.
So, they were down 20. Flyers looked bad. Against Detroit, they were kind of owning them. Not a good night for Vladar. So I was going to start with the Sixers because there was other breaking news like that just happened. I got the email as well from the Sixers about the medical update. Your boy Sixers Adam was coming on soon. I was just reading a story from him before I came on.
Coming on next.
The Sixers campaign. He has been waived. And Dalen Terry becomes their third two-way signee to get a standard deal via Sixers Adam.
Wait, they waived campaign?
Now the Sixers, according to Sixers Adam, will waive the injured pain. Dalen Terry becomes their third two-way signee to get a standard deal.
Wow. By the way, the whole Phillies lineup is now out. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Marsh, Stott, Garcia, Boehm, Real Muto, Crawford. That is the Phillies.
I can't believe Marsh is back. What analytics tell you to bat Brandon Marsh 4th?
The same analytics that have you hitting Stott 5th.
Oh, my gosh. You can't make this up. Waving campaign. The Phillies have Brandon Marsh batting 4th.
Campaign.
Sixers. My gosh. This has been a 48 hours of disgracefulness. I don't even know if that's a word, but I'm so done. Oh, this weekend. Oh, Schweim's so lucky I'm not in tomorrow. He's so lucky I'm not in tomorrow. I might call in.
Here's the thing. Anybody that they would hit in the 4 hole, you would say, why would you put that guy there? They don't have one. They do not have a guy that is a 4 hole hitter. They don't have
Marsh?
One. Hey, Brandon Marsh is
just lead off.
You say Brandon Marsh as if you're crazy. What if I countered with Alec Boehm?
What about Adolis Garcia? Kyle Schwarber. I mean, you might as well put Schwarber in the 4-hole at this point. Seriously.
Well,
I mean, that's a respectable guy to put there. Harper in the 4-hole. Move stuff around at the top. Maybe put Stott second. I don't know. Try something else.
Well, they are trying something else. They're putting Marsh in the 4-hole. They're putting Bohm in the 7-hole. Now, I like Bohm 7. I don't love Marsh 4. I don't love Bohm 4. So, I mean, I get it. Garcia is the guy that you would say, look, I think they're only doing it because of the fact that Arizona does not have a left-hander in the bullpen. So they're stacking 4 left-handers back to back to back to back. Now, I don't think they will do this if there was a left-handed pitcher or if the team had a left-hander in their bullpen.
Right. I hope he makes me eat crow and maybe gets a couple of base hits, a couple of RBIs tonight. But, man, I mean, they are scrambling for a 4-hole hitter. They just don't have it. They don't have one. They don't have a right-handed power bat.
Anybody they put there, you're going crazy. You sound like an idiot because you would go crazy no matter which guy they put there.
I wouldn't go crazy if they put Schwarber there. If they put Adolis Garcia there. I know they don't have a 4-hole hitter, but Brandon Marsh in the 4-hole, I mean, that's not a championship level winning team. It's just not.
No, and I asked the question during Phillies Fastball. Is a team with Brandon Marsh hitting in the 5-hole a championship team? Answer, no. They don't have a 4-hole. They don't have a 5-hole. Now, you talk about making some moves to the lineup. They're not going to put Schwarber in the 4-hole because the whole thing is they want him to have an at-bat in the first inning. So you're taking an at-bat away from him if he's batting 4th. Now, that being said, right now, do you put Schwarber back to the leadoff spot and put Turner in the 2-hole? Does that change anything so that it gets the 2 lefties, Schwarber and Harper? The problem with that is now you have Crawford and Schwarber back-to-back, so you have 2 lefties there. The team has just so many left-handed bats, it's hard to navigate those lefties all over the place.
Yeah, and you don't want to have those guys back-to-back. Yeah, I mean, you're so lefty dominant. And, I mean, both sides of the plate is struggling right now. I mean, everybody's struggling. So they are just reaching for something to get a spark here. So I understand it. I understand why they're trying to do something different tonight. But, man, it just – you look at that and the optics. That's what I'm more concerned with, right? The optics of having a Brandon Marsh in the 4-hole just does not scream to me championship-level winning baseball team. It just doesn't.
I agree. Neither does Alec Bohm in the 4-hole.
No.
Doesn't scream. Or Adolis Garcia, for that matter. Adolis Garcia, come on. He hasn't been good in 2 years.
Yeah. Well, you agreed with this, that we knew that he was going to be Castellanos 2.0 essentially with a better glove.
Well, we all know that this team has been 2 bats short for the last 3 years. You can shuffle guys around and do whatever you want to try to do to say, hey, move. Like I said, I would hit Bohm either 2 or 3 and then use Harper or Schwarber in front of him and behind him so that Bohm gets a little bit protection. But they obviously don't want to do that.
Nope.
Now, even Crawford right now. Crawford's a guy that a lot of people said, move him up. Well, he's almost under 300 right now because he's been struggling so much. He's down to 306 all of a sudden. His on base was 396 at the West Coast trip. It's almost down to 300 now. So he's starting to struggle a little bit. Look, it's not AAA anymore, buddy.
No, and listen, it's the whole lineup essentially. I mean, you go down the list. I mean, righties haven't even been hitting left-handed pitching. They're a $193. We went over yesterday, the article in Philly Voice laying it out. Lefties versus left-handed pitching, a $193. Righties versus left-handed pitching, a $130. Overall team versus left-handed pitching, a $159. I mean, OPS versus left-handed pitching, 502, 29th in the league. I mean, it is as bad as it gets right now. And we screamed and screamed and screamed. If they didn't make a run last year, you can't really run it back. There has to be some type of change, and there wasn't a ton of it. I mean, you brought back Real Muto. You brought the kids up. Great. That's fine. But other than that, there's nothing. There was nothing done. It's the same team, and you're going to get the same story over and over and over again if you keep doing this.
Yep. Can't argue with this. I mean, obviously, we've all seen it. Somebody said to me the other day, how do we see it and they don't? They do see it. The problem is all of their money is wrapped up into Harper, Schwarber, and Turner. They need those guys to produce. So they see it. The problem is they can't afford to fix it.
Nope, they can't. Even with all the ads across Citizens Bank Park, they can't afford to fix it because they have to pay all these guys already. So there you go. All right. I was going to talk about campaign, but I guess we could get to my second nugget that I originally had written down here. So I want to play this clip from Speak Easy. Charles Omenihu, who now plays for the Commanders, played on the Kansas City Chiefs team that lost to the Eagles in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, and they got blown out, etc. Charles Omenihu was also caught on camera crying during the game, all right, because they were getting beat so bad. Here's what he had to say about that specific game and his thought about they should have beat the Eagles, and the 49ers were actually a better team the previous year than the Eagles. Take a listen to this.
When y'all went into the Super Bowl versus the Eagles the second time, did you know, like, our roster is severely outmatched?
No, I thought we were going to dog them. I'm not even going to lie to you. The hardest, I thought it was going to be a slugfest, and we was going to get it out at the end, to be honest. Because I knew the only matchup I was like, our line is a little banged up. Mm-hmm. But beyond that, I wasn't tripping on nothing else, to be honest.
They had AJ, they have Smitty. I don't think you heard me. They have Saquon. They have Goddard.
They played the 49ers the year before, who had Ayuk, who had Debo, who had Christian McCaffrey, who had Fred Warner, who had George Kittle.
That 49ers Super Bowl team was better than that Eagles team.
Charles, they're going to be tweeting at you for the next 2 years.
The 49ers team that we beat
in the Super Bowl
was
better than the Eagles team you lost to.
Okay, come on.
You also played for them, too, the year before, so you see.
Yeah, right. Okay.
There you go. Yeah. Charles Omenihu said the 49ers, the team they beat the year before, was better than the beatdown that the Eagles gave them in that Super Bowl just a couple years ago, Super Bowl 59. Mike, your response to that. Is it craziness?
Listen, it's obviously asinine to hear him say such a thing because you lost to the one team, got blown out. Now, what I will say...
He was crying on the sideline.
Yeah, whatever. You lost the Super Bowl. Of course, he's emotional. But that being said, a lot of times a blowout to me, I think, sometimes gets taken out of proportion. Like that you were that much better than them. To me, a blowout occurs, especially in a high-profile game. And we see this a lot in, like, championship games where two teams have gone on this journey and they prepare. And then once you get there, all the preparation and all the time, and the next thing you know, you look up at the scoreboard and you're down 2 or 3 scores. It almost is like you just shut down, and then the game gets out of hand. So I don't think the score is always indicative of the distance between the two teams talent-wise. That being said, I love who was that with him? Acho?
Yeah, Manuel Acho.
Who said, let me tell you, they got AJ and Schmitty and blah, 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 and Barkley. Like, I think he obviously doesn't like the Eagles or something because I think that Eagles team was well regarded as one of the better put-together teams in a while.
You know what I also think? I feel like it's become trendy to kind of hate on the Eagles, to rile people up about the Eagles and put the Eagles down. I feel like it's just become a trendy thing to do when you go on these player podcasts, all that type of stuff. Doesn't it feel that way at times? Because all the stuff that always drama surrounding the Eagles, it just seems to me it's become the trendy thing to do outside of this area for other teams, other players to do, to say this Eagles actually not that good, this team's actually not that good, etc. But they continue to win anyway.
Yeah, and, I don't know if the Eagles fan base is the reason why, people seemingly like to kind of take their shots at the Eagles. They're just a high-profile team. Their fans are generally, the fans are like an ancillary character in a sitcom show, right? Like Newman and Seinfeld. Yeah. Like the Eagles fans are the reoccurring characters to the show that people love to hate.
Oh, they love it. It's like every single time you bring up the Newman example, it's like, hello, Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, that's essentially what it is at this point. My gosh, it's like the trendy thing to do.
And it's something that Jeff Kerr wrote about over at Sports Illustrated about the schedule, is that the NFL is going to create like all these new windows. And don't be surprised if the Eagles end up in an international game, Christmas Eve, Thanksgiving Eve, like one of these games where they get like Black Friday this year, because they're a team that is a draw.
They are a draw. I mean, and they are like one of the most talked about. The Seattle Seahawks just won the Super Bowl. Do you ever see a Seattle Seahawks headline? Nada. Never. You never hear them talk about the Seahawks on podcasts like this. So,
by the way, I got a little number for you on Brandon Marsh.
Okay.
He hit 4th in 5 games last year. 300 with a homer, 3 ribbies, 417 on base, a 1.317 OPS, which is fantastic.
Yeah, no. 5 game sample size. I mean, you did that to me with Marshawn. I mean, come on. 5 games? Like, great. I hope that's what I said. I prefaced it with I hope he makes me eat my words today. I hope he does. But is that a championship level team? No, they got bounced in the first round.
No, listen, they can't go into a playoffs with this line. I think it's just for this particular series because Arizona does not have a left-handed pitcher in the bullpen, would be my intuition. I don't, I could be wrong.
Let's not make this a regular occurrence. That's all. All right.
I don't think you will. Now, the question will be, they play 3 straight games against righties tonight, tomorrow, and on Sunday in this series. I haven't looked at the pitching matchups for the series moving forward, but there is no lefty that they will face at all in this series. So I would imagine they would keep the lineup the same, like maybe Sunday, day game. There's 2 afternoon games. Tomorrow's an afternoon game too, 1 o'clock right here. Listen on 97.3 ESPN.
Yep, there you go. All right, final nugget. We started with Embiid, the breaking news update about him that he has been discharged from the hospital. No timeline to return.
I got a timeline for you.
Already? Well,
in my head.
In your head.
Yeah.
Not officially.
Yeah, next year.
I tend to agree. All right. Final nugget. I was looking around. I was watching a little ESPN today.
Just real quick, I don't see how they get out of the play-in. I mean, I think they'll lose. No. There'll likely be the 8 or the 9 or whatever. They'll probably win these next 2 games, though. Indiana doesn't want to win. Milwaukee doesn't win. Teams in the NBA are tanking. Have you heard? Yeah,
I've heard, and it might not even matter. It might not even matter with the way this team's playing. I mean, that was a disgrace last night.
Well, those 2 teams, Indiana and Milwaukee, they do not have a lot of interest in winning. No. So maybe the Sixers win both of those games. If that happens, they would play they would be the 7 or the 8.
They're not getting out of play-in.
I agree.
No way.
I agree.
No way. I wanted to bring up this number that was these numbers that were put up on First Take today. And I just want to, because there's people that think Joel Embiid doesn't make an impact, right? If they don't have them, I'll get rid of them, blah, blah, blah. I just want to read out some of these numbers via ESPN and First Take. The 76ers with and without Joel Embiid this season, with him, they are 24-14. They average 119.4 points per game. They shoot 47% from the field with him. Without him, it takes a massive dip. 19-23, 4 games under 500. They drop down to only 112.7 points per game and shoot 45% from the field. He makes a difference in winning. They are 10 games over 500 when he does play. They are 4 games under 500 when he does not play and is not on the floor. I can't stress enough. The problem is with Joel is that his body fails him. That is it. The Sixers with him are a winning basketball team. Without him, they are nothing. I love Tyrese Maxey, and so do most people. He is not a number 1 option. He's just not a superstar, top 5 level talent like Joel. He makes a difference, but not as much of a difference as Joel Embiid does.
I don't disagree at all. I think the problem people are just frustrated with Joel. They are done with are you playing? Are you not playing? And I have no problem with those people. Like, I'm frustrated with them,
Me too.
But it is what it is at this point. Like, you can't count on him. So I don't know what the Sixers do. I don't know that he has any trade value because of the injury situation. Why would another team want to go through what the Sixers are constantly going through? So I don't see how this ends other than him and the Sixers having to continue to go through with this.
Try again next year. But here's the thing, Mike. They did everything we wanted. They got him to like right in front of the postseason healthy, right? The knee wasn't bothering him. All of that. And guess what? Something still went wrong.
Listen.
It's just you can't make it up. It's
at
just
the beginning of the season, I had said I think Joel will be fine. He'll play, 55 games. I think was the number that I had come up with, and said,
he'll end up with 38.
I think his knee will be fine. Quite frankly, his knee was a problem until it wasn't. It was the freaking oblique, and now this. So it was other things. My point was, I think the knee will allow him to play 55 games, get to the playoffs, and be Joel Embiid. When he was healthy and on the floor, for the most part, he was a offensive force. I don't think his defense it was, but offensively, he was still a point-a-minute guy. My point was, I think the knee problem would be taken care of, and that would allow him to play. And that happened. The problem was, other things happened that obviously you cannot foresee. I can't foresee that he's going to have an oblique injury and appendicitis, but I was not wrong about the knee. The knee, he was able to play. The knee did not prevent him from playing all those games.
They did everything right. They didn't play him on back-to-backs. They managed the knee. They got him right in front of the postseason healthy. And then he had appendicitis. I mean, how can you make that up? There was no black cloud bigger than what goes over the 76ers. Seriously.
Now, listen, somebody put this Embiid injury ledger up for the playoffs. Did you see this thing the other day? There's a lot of them out there, but this one I thought was interesting because it basically broke down that he plays through everything. 2018, orbital fracture and concussion. He missed 2 playoff games out of 10. 2019, he had knee tendonitis and illness. He missed no games. These are playoff games only. 11 playoff games, he didn't miss any. 2020, he had no injury. He played in all 4 games. 2021, torn meniscus, he missed 1 game out of 11. 2022, orbital fracture, concussion, torn thumb ligament. He played 10 out of 12 playoff games. 2023, LCL sprain. He played in 9 out of 11 playoff games. 2024, Bell's palsy. He missed no games out of 9 playoff games. Now 2026, he has appendicitis.
Can't make it up. You just, what do you do? What do you do?
Well, Tim Bontemps said it this morning. He's the most cursed player. I asked my dad, I said, Dad, you're older than me, obviously. Is there a player that you remember that was more bizarre, star-crossed than Joel? He said, there's not even close. Can't think of one guy to come close.
This is unfathomable. Yeah. Unfathomable, Mike. All right. There are the Nuggets.
There you go. Nuggets, he is back on Monday. You're off this weekend from the locker room.
Off this weekend from the locker room. I have some other duties I got to take care of.
All right. We'll see you on Monday's show.
See you on Monday.
All right, there's Aaron Shaw here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Of course, don't forget, Phillies baseball right here on 97.3 ESPN. You can listen to the Phillies and Diamondbacks tomorrow at 1 o'clock on 97.3 ESPN. This hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service, and installation. Call 609-390-3907. What is Joel's future? Is there a chance he plays if they get out of the play-in tournament? Adam Aaronson, at Sixers Adam on Twitter X, joins me next on the Sports Bash. All right, 3:31 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Sixers, Pacers tonight. Listen to it on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, let me tell you quickly, right now, my guy Rocco at Key Acura of Atlantic City has got a great deal if you want an Acura. Now through the end of the month, it's 20 days. You can lease a sleek, sporty 2026 Integra for $199 a month for 36 months. You just walk in, say $199 a month for 36 months. How do we make this happen? Rocco, let's get it done. Get to Key Acura, Tilton Road, Egg Harbor Township. Visit Key Acura, AtlanticCity.com. Go see what all the excitement's about. Key Acura, the small but friendly dealer. See dealer for details. Adam Aaronson, Philly voice at Sixers Adam. You've been covering this team for long enough to see some bizarre stuff. Where was yesterday in the pantheon of bizarre things that had happened?
Every time I think I've seen it all, I quickly learn that I'm foolish for feeling that way. You've never seen it all. Even now, we haven't seen it all. I'm sure next year there will be something even more ridiculous than this. It's wild. I mean, this is never a dull moment with the Sixers.
Never. So yesterday, Joel is ruled out at about 3:15. What was the initial thought as you got the injury report update?
Yeah, they suddenly ruled him out, and my initial thought was that this was the third time in a 5-game span in April that his initial injury report status has turned out to be wildly different from what actually happened. It was the second time he missed a game when he was not on the Sixers' initial injury report. There was a game there where he was listed as doubtful and then got upgraded to probable and then ended up playing. It's sort of a reverse correlation seems to be going on there. And that was my first thought. And just thinking about the ramifications of, the Sixers becoming even bigger underdogs in what was the most important game left on their schedule by far. They had 3 games left in the season, probably needed to go 3-0 to get out of the play-in tournament. And outside, they've got 2 cakewalks of sorts coming up. You never want to say that too strongly, but Indiana tonight and Milwaukee on Sunday both want to lose. Houston did not, and they needed him for that game. We saw what happened without him. And then a couple hours later, the news breaks that he was having, I guess, an emergency surgery for appendicitis. It's hard to believe, and the only reason I can believe it is because it's the Sixers, and they sort of find themselves in these unbelievable situations pretty often.
Yeah, so you do feel bad for Joel. This is another bizarre situation. So now, and I know you covered this very well, Adam Aronson's with us from PhillyVoice.com. Some people were wondering, well, how long does this take? We had people texting in, well, my girlfriend got this and she was back to work for 5 days later. I was like, is she sitting at an office desk or grabbing rebounds in the NBA? So realistically, Adam, what in your mind is the timeline off of some of the research that you've done and maybe some people that you've now heard from?
Yeah, so I looked back at some of the recent appendectomies across the NBA, and of the 3 that I looked at that were over the course of the last, 5 years or so, 5 or 6 years, it looked like it was anywhere from 4 weeks to 6 weeks for those players. One of those, OG Anunoby, also had his right before the end of the regular season, and he did not end up being available for the Toronto Raptors until Game 2 of the NBA Finals. That one took a while. I think it's more likely than not that we've seen the last of Joel Embiid this season, and that's partly based on the fact that the Sixers are now headed for the play-in, and any first-round matchup they have will be, if it wasn't going to be challenging enough, it will be even more so because they won't have him, at least for the start of the series. You'd think the Sixers put out an update within the last 20 minutes or so saying that he's been discharged from the hospital, he's going back to Philadelphia. However, they said no timeline yet as far as his return to basketball activities, let alone a return to actual NBA games, and those will be very intense NBA games. I certainly would not imagine he's playing on Sunday and that his season is over as far as the regular season is concerned. Can the Sixers hang around in the playoffs for long enough for him to get back? That obviously depends, on how well they can play without him, and I think history tells us not to be too optimistic on that, and also if he can have a dramatically faster recovery than players like Nikola Mirotic was one, OG Anunoby was another in recent NBA history.
Right. So, I mean, it's pretty evident that they're going to land in the play-in, and there's a good possibility that that play-in game is I guess they could win these two games. Both two teams are not trying to win. If they went 2-0 here, what is the most likely spot for them? 7?
Yeah, so I've been writing about this every day at Philly Voice, and if you go to my Twitter at SixersAdam, my most recent tweet is retweeting that story, and you can find a detailed breakdown there. But in essence, if the Sixers go 2-0, which I think is we can reasonably bank on even without Embiid, and even with this team's propensity for bad losses, I don't think they're going to have any loss that bad over tonight or on Sunday. If they go 2-0, you look at the Orlando Magic, that's the key team at this point. If the Magic finish their season 2-0, they play the Boston Celtics on Sunday, and they play the Chicago Bulls tonight. The Bulls should be an easy win for them. You would think Boston's a challenging matchup, but by that point, the Celtics are going to be locked into the 2 seed. And so if the Magic are playing all their guys and trying to win, and the Celtics are not that invested, they're probably guys like Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Derek White. That should be an easy win for the Magic. If the Magic also go 2-0, the Magic will be the 7 seed. The Sixers will be the 8 seed. The Sixers will go to Orlando and play a play-in game. The winner of that gets Boston in a 7-game series. The loser plays the winner of a Charlotte-Miami game for the right to face Detroit, and the loser of that game would go home. So if Orlando loses to Boston, stick with me, and I apologize for the headache. If Orlando loses to Boston, the Sixers would be the 7 seed, and they would likely host Charlotte in all likelihood in the 7-8 game, and the winner would get Boston in a 7-game series. So there are still a lot of moving parts. I think by Sunday it will be more clear. Every team in the league plays tonight and Sunday, and we'll have a better sense going to Sunday of what the specific outcomes are, in part based on what Charlotte does. But ultimately, they seem destined for the 7-8 game, which is a big deal in that if you're in the 9-10 game, you have to win 2 do-or-die games in a row. If you're in the 7-8 game, you have 2 chances to win 1 game.
Adam, this has been a weird season. I mean, they got off to a fun start. They were 4-0. VJ Edgecombe comes out of nowhere, and you're like, wow. I mean, they found a guy at number 3. I mean, the whole draft thing last year, they get this guy. He looks good. They're 4-0. They're 5-1, and there was a lot of talk about, man, are they better without Joel? And then, Joel's back, and they're up and down and all around, and then Paul George gets suspended right when things were starting to feel good, and then you had this window that they all might play. I mean, the ups and downs, at the end of the day, it looks like a lost season. Is it going to be, is it a lost season? Or I don't know what to make of the season at the end with everything that's happened.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it either, because I think it would be reasonable to say, hey, Embiid only is going to play 38 games. Paul George is going to play, I think, not even that many. I think a lot of people have become disillusioned by Nick Nurse and Daryl Morey. Probably even more than they already were. You can look at the Jared McCain trade does not look like it's aging well so far, and it's one that a lot of people were frustrated by immediately. You can look at a lot of negative outcomes from the season, but I can also, on the flip side, say that Tyrese Maxey in his 6th year made a certified leap from, fringe star to unquestioned star. He's going to make an All-NBA team for the first time this year. You can look at Edgecombe, who even as a top 3 pick has crushed expectations for what he could be as a rookie. He's been way better, particularly as a shooter and ball handler, than anybody expected, and that bodes well for his chances of becoming a star long term. You look at things like that, and it's hard to say it's a lost year. I think at the very least it has to be considered a mixed bag, and I think some of the positives, particularly with Maxey and Edgecombe, are really significant and have a lot of forward-looking implications. And so that's not to say that everybody should be excited about how everything went this year, but I think calling it a lost season is probably a bit too simplistic, because it removes the context of some really important positive developments that have happened this year.
Obviously, if they make the play-in, and even if they get into the playoffs, it feels like a one-and-done type of situation. Who knows what happens with Joel? But people are going to want change. How possible is that this team can even make change?
It's a good question. It's going to be really hard. They just based on how the salary cap works and the contracts that the Sixers have given out, there's not much maneuverability within the roster. I still have a hard time imagining any NBA team being comfortable taking on Embiid unless it's the team that knows it's not going to compete for the next 3 years. Is Paul George movable? I recently wrote about, somebody asked me in my weekly mailbag, does the way he's played since he got back make him a trade asset this offseason? I don't think so. I think he's still a negative value asset, but maybe a little bit less than previously considered. Who knows? Also, it's only a 2-year deal. Once you get to this summer and by in a year from now, he'll be heading towards being one of the biggest expiring contracts in NBA history. Maybe that is an asset to teams. There's just not that much maneuverability because you can't move those guys. I don't think anybody is or should be interested in moving Maxey. And so already you've almost hit the NBA salary cap figure with those 3 guys. As far as any other sizable contracts on the roster, it's just Edgecombe, who you're obviously not trading either. And that's why I think the pressure is mounting on Nick Nurse and maybe on Daryl Morey too, who obviously is the architect of this roster and this cap sheet, because clearly what they have right now is not good enough to, propel this organization to the heights it wants to reach. But there's not much ability to make changes on the player side of things. So does that heighten the intensity that the organization looks at making changes on the coaching side or the front office side? I think it could.
Wow, that would be interesting. I know a lot of people, as you said, are kind of maybe over the Nurse thing. And I for one, like Nurse in Toronto. I got to be honest, I'm not a big blame the coach guy, but, man, he seems like he wants to be anywhere but on the sidelines here most nights. I don't know if he even wants to be here anymore. And look, this isn't what he signed up for. The coach who comes here gets put in this situation, and it's something that most of these guys just don't want to have to deal with. So if one stayed and one went, who's a better option? Is it Nurse or Morey?
I think Morey, who I also think is more likely to stay. I have a harder time imagining Nurse staying and Morey going than the other way around. I think those two have a very good relationship, and I think they'd like to continue working with each other. But I think there is a chance that, given the sort of hot seat that he has put himself in by giving out the Embiid extension that has not kicked in yet, by the way, kicks in next season, and the Paul George contract that has gone so poorly, it has really derailed the Sixers' chances of being contenders because those guys are unavailable so often. I think Morey could see hiring a new coach, getting a new voice in the room as sort of a last-ditch effort to prove that he's the right person to steer the ship here. I also think, frankly, that his track record with the Sixers is a lot stronger than Nurse's. Again, Nurse, I agree with you. A tremendous coach in Toronto, obviously won a championship, but he was sort of billed as this outside-the-box thinker who had creative solutions to different issues on both ends of the floor. And I think everyone would agree that in 3 years here, there hasn't been that much creativity that's been on display. And granted, this is not the situation he signed up for. I don't think anybody would have expected that Embiid would be in and out of the lineup as much as he has been. But every piece of evidence we have suggests that this is the new norm for Embiid. And so far, what we have tells us that Nurse might not be the best coach to handle it. So I think Morey has a better case than Nurse. I think you can make pretty reasonable cases for and against both guys. But if you were telling me to pick one of them being here and one of them not, I think Morey is more likely to still be here next year.
Yeah, Morey's another guy. A lot of people just don't like him. Whatever it is about him, they just don't like him. At the end of the day, you just said there's not a lot they can do to improve this team. So bringing in another guy to replace Morey, that guy is probably going to have his hands tied for a little while.
Yeah, it's not a bad point, and it just speaks to the puzzling nature of this whole situation, and it's just an odd spot to be in for an NBA franchise because they have a player who is on the second biggest contract in the league, who is about to have a 2-year plus player option for a 3rd-year extension kick in next season for considerably more money, who, when he's on the court, you have to play through because he has such a specific play style, but is so infrequently on the court that you also have to have a completely separate identity when he's not there. And your second best player is a much different style player at the complete opposite position, who, if you were building a team around him, it would look basically the opposite of the one that you look like when you're at full strength. So it's an extremely difficult situation. Obviously, Nurse has been doing all he can to handle it, particularly over the last 2 seasons, and the results have very much been mixed. Better this year than last, certainly. But
and the one thing, Adam, is I look at you have Maxey, great. You've got VJ, awesome. You got these 2 young players. The problem is you have 2 max contracts for the next 2 years combined, where you can't change the roster for those 2 young players. So they're kind of stuck with these 2 young kids having to drag those 2 guys along for at least 2 more seasons. So that puts you right in mediocrity, it feels like.
Yeah, and it's one thing with Edgecombe, who's a rookie and is 20 and has 3 more years on the rookie scale, and even at top 3 pick money, which is a lot these days, it's not nearly the investment they've made in someone like Maxey, who, by the way, has every right to look around and say, hey, I'm entering my prime here. I've done everything I can, and this team clearly is not headed for championship contention because of the money that has been invested in Embiid and George. And he has every right to survey the situation and feel like he could probably do better elsewhere. And that's certainly not me reporting that that's happening or that I expect that to happen.
Right.
But I think when you look at the history of the NBA, players in Maxey's position who are his age, who are as accomplished as he is through 6 years, they want to be in situations where they can play in the biggest games, where they can play with the best players and they can compete for championships. And he's already got the money locked up, and he's got, 3 more years on his second NBA contract after this one. But you look at the situation, and if you're Maxey, what is the path to contending over the remainder of his prime, however much longer that lasts? It's hard to see.
All right, Sixers and Pacers tonight. You can listen on 97.3 ESPN. Adam Aaronson, PhillyVoice.com, at Sixers Adam. You can check out all the Sixers coverage, and he's got a whole expository on the seeding possibilities. I urge you to check that out over at Sixers Adam on the Twitter X platform. All right, Adam, appreciate it, man. Enjoy the weekend, and we'll catch up soon.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Adam, of course, tonight and then Sunday night against the Bucks right here on 97.3 ESPN. You can listen to both of those games. Bucks on Sunday at 6, and you take a look at the game tonight. It's a 7:30 tip. Now, the hard part is the Pacers and the Bucks, they are not interested in winning at all. So that is a one positive point for the Sixers in terms of delaying the potential inevitable. If you would like to see a playoff series against, say, the Knicks, or Boston, if you just want to say, hey, I wouldn't mind a playoff series and just kind of have a little fun for a week, that would be the possibility there. By the way, the Sixers tonight against the Pacers, no Joel Embiid, and they are a 15.5-point favorite. Think about that. No Joel Embiid, and they are favored by 15.5 against Indiana. That's how bad the Pacers are and how little they are looking to win. Sad when you really think about it. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video. You can watch the show live on the Twitter X platform and on YouTube at 973 ESPN, at Mike Gill Show. Just hit that in the search. You'll find us. I want to tell you about my friends at Branches Outreach. You guys out there, the good people that listen to 97.3 ESPN can help out families experiencing homelessness in Cape May County. The Branches Outreach is welcoming over 10,000 guests to their outreach center over the last year and served over 12,000 warm meals to those people in need. Your support is needed year-round, and they will accept donations of food and personal care items. I know there's so many people, you cleared out your closet, you got a bag. Bring that bag of clothes or items over to the Branches Outreach. 9 a.m. to 1:30 during the week. Branches Outreach in Rio Grande. Check them out on Facebook to find out where they are. branchesoutreach.org for more information. Sixers Adam, good stuff from him. Adam Caplan in 9 minutes from now. Sal Paolantonio tonight at 5 o'clock. A lot of Eagles on the docket today. We're getting into the draft and everything birds. Sal Pal at 5. Adam Caplan has football at 4 coming up, plus Mike McGarry, going to talk a little Phils. Their lineup has a little change to it today. That's all coming up on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Right now, I need caller 6 and I need caller 7. You guys are running out of chances to enter for this year's draft party, but if you want to get in, be caller 6 and 7 right now. 609-573-3776. That's the number. Be caller 6 and caller 7 right now for our Eagles draft party. You must be present to win at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, where we will be giving away a pair of Eagles Club Box tickets for a game at Lincoln Financial Field this year. We'll also be giving away an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort. We've got concert tickets, shows like comedy shows, and more, gift cards. The draft party, April 23rd at the Balcony Bar with the Sports Bash. Caller 6 and 7. Good luck. Football 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast on a happy hour Friday. What's going on, everybody? Don't forget, Football at 4 is brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We'll be at the Sportsbook's Balcony Bar and Harris in Egg Harbor Township, Chad in Galloway. They are our most recent qualifiers. They will be there. They have a shot to win Eagles Club Box tickets, the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort. Gallery Bar Booking Games. It's Ocean's go-to game day destination. Huge screens, great drinks, and all the sportsbook action you want for the Masters this weekend. The Masters is underway. We have updates throughout the day right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Second round coverage. Rory's in the lead. And, of course, you can check that out at Ocean Casino Resort all weekend long. Let's go to Adam Caplan for Football at 4. We were just talking to Sixers Adam Aaronson, talking about the Sixers' future now that Joel Embiid looks unlikely to play the rest of the season. Adam, what does the Eagles' future roster past this season kind of look like? I think there's some very interesting things to dig into with the contracts here.
Yeah, real quick, though, on appendix injuries, I know in the NFL covering these, players could come back within a week or two. I mean, it's very common that it happens. But, yeah, Embiid, it's a shame, man.
Dawkins missed one game years ago. Dawkins missed a game. Did he? He missed
right,
one
isn't it amazing? Yeah, it's really amazing. No, I've covered these injuries for over 25 years. It's odd because you would think football injuries, how could they take the contact? But it's all when they get cleared. But anyway, yeah, so Mike, with the draft now, obviously well less than 2 weeks now. In fact, in 2 weeks from today, we'll be talking about what happened on day one, Thursday night. Do the Eagles keep the pick or not? But it's always about the future, right, with the draft. And we're going to look towards the Eagles offense for the future and who's under contract. And this will give you a better idea because we keep telling people, folks, always look, and I learned this the hard way when I started doing mock drafts. I didn't realize how much this stuff mattered, but, man, it did matter. It does matter. And it's all about expiration dates and when a guy's going to get done and when they can get out of the contracts.
Well, obviously, let's start at the top, is Jalen Hurts. I mean, obviously that article, multiple articles have come out, and some people wonder if he's on notice. For him to be on notice, we got to look at his contract. What is the contract here say for Jalen Hurts and his future?
Yeah, he's signed through 2028. The fully guaranteed money expires after the season. And obviously, if he has a good season and they don't trade McKee, they could look to extend him after the season. I mean, there's no way they're extending him now. He didn't earn it. I mean, he's not played great. And I think the way the Eagles look at it is they're bringing this new offense in. This is Sirianni's decision, along with consultation with ownership and the general manager. This is a new offense. People need to be patient, but this thing works. It's a true West Coast offense, and we're going to learn a lot about it starting after the draft when they have their first post-draft minicamp. I'm looking forward to that. Tanner McKee, as we go through the quarterback position, Tanner McKee signed through 2026. So is Andy Dalton. So, Mike, as I posted this to Jeff Mosher 2 weeks ago, would it surprise anyone, although they would have 4 quarterbacks on the roster, would it surprise anyone if they drafted a quarterback? It wouldn't surprise me.
No, I think, in fact, I would ask you, Adam, do we expect them to do so?
I mean, you can never say you expect to because, Mike, as I always tell people, and we've had to correct some people, we'll tell people, hey, listen, they're going to try to get this done. The key is try. I can't tell you whether it'll happen or not. The team doesn't know that. They come in with some priorities and some things they'd like to get done. I mean, over the years, they've tried to draft offensive linemen a little bit earlier than you would expect, and the board doesn't come out. I would expect them to look hard at it, and I'll put it that way. And obviously, Tanner McKee, they'd love to have back past 26, but that's not going to happen because he's going to be a starter somewhere else in 27 if he's not traded.
Running back, they signed Barkley. They extended Barkley, so let's look at the running back position.
So, Mike, Barkley signed through 28, but there's no guaranteed money past the season. That's something to watch. That's just something to watch in how they handle his situation after the season. Tank Bigsby, it's another situation where I don't understand why they didn't get him the football, but once they did, Mike, boy, was he terrific. He signed through 26. Will Shipley, who needs to be more consistent, signed through 27. Damian Pierce, we're doing a contract show. I'm going to do it on my own here. We're going to put this up probably tomorrow, Mike. He has a very interesting contract. The Eagles actually gave him guaranteed money. This surprises me. which tells you they like him. Doesn't mean he's going to make it, but they give him a little bit of guaranteed money. He's only signed through the season, so only Shipley and Barkley are signed through the season.
All right, let's go to, obviously, A.J. Brown, everybody kind of talking about him. And what is his contract situation that another team would be attracted to, not attractive to? You got Devontae Smith. You got to figure that out. And obviously there's a lot of very much unknowns behind him.
All right, Brown signed through 29. Guaranteed money expires after the season, fully guaranteed money, that is. So it's fascinating. If he's not traded and he blows it up, what do they do? He turns 30 next June. He's 29 this June. As we reported at the time of the trade in 2022, the Titans primarily did not give him a good offer because they were concerned about his knee specifically, one we were told at the time. So I'll give the Eagles credit and AJ credit. He hasn't missed much time here. Boy, the Titans, that didn't work out for them, but it sure has worked out for the Eagles. Devontae Smith signed through 2028. He's really underpaid, Mike. Boy, they really should redo his deal. Look, if they redid Barkley's early and they didn't need to, they really should take care of Smith. That deal, boy, was that team friendly. Darius Cooper signed through 2027, by the way. It was a really good story as an undrafted free agent. Johnny Wilson coming back from a devastating knee injury, signed through 27. Hollywood Brown on a one-year deal for $5 million. Quez Watkins, he's back on a one-year deal, Mike. People probably forgot about that. Believe it or not, he is back, at least for now. Danny Gray, the off-injured Danny Gray, signed for 26. And then Elijah Moore signed for 1 year, the former second-round pick for the Jets. And Britton Covey also signed for 26, Mike. So the only guys signed past this season, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Darius Cooper, and Johnny Wilson, who and we don't know exactly when he'll be ready. So they certainly will probably address this or try to address it in the draft.
Draft day, of course, April 23rd. You can listen to the draft on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, Dallas Goedert, he is back, but only through this season. And they do not have another tight end, that has any experience really past this year.
Yeah, and they have so many priorities, so many needs, Mike, for the future. And currently, by the way, you and I did this hit a couple weeks ago when I looked towards, what their needs were for the future and current. And tight end is everything. Goddard signed through the season for $7 million, fully guaranteed. Johnny Munt, 1 year deal. Calcaterra, 1 year deal. Stone Smart, he got some guaranteed money, Mike. It kind of surprised me. 1 year deal. E.J. Jenkins signed through 27. Latu's 2 year deal is up after the season, and Jaheim Bell signed through 27. So the only two tight ends who were under contract almost certainly won't be on the team this season in the fall in terms of the 53-man roster. That's Jaheim Bell, who's a move tight end. He didn't play in line. And E.J. Jenkins, a converted receiver, Mike. So they don't have a guy who's going to be on the football team literally past the season.
All right, offensive line, because this one I think is really interesting to kind of dig into here.
Yeah.
Because you got guys signed long-term, but where's the money here for some of these guys?
All right, Lane Johnson is signed through 28, Mike. But what I was told, based on contract structure, if he decides he's not retiring after the season, they're going to have to redo his deal. We reported this at the time. Many years ago, when Kelsey kept coming back, I was told that he had his contract structure was like he couldn't come back as is. So same with Lane Johnson, and we'll see. We'll see what Lane wants to do. Jordan Mailata signed through 28. Fred Johnson on a 1 year deal. Miles Hinton, who didn't play last season, signed through 28. Cam Williams, who did play against Washington, did look good, signed through 28. And Holland Pierce signed through 28, Mike. He signed a 3 year undrafted free agent deal, which is typical of guys that they like. So, look, they're going to look to address this. Trust me on this. It could go rounds 1 through 3. We don't guarantee anything because the club can't guarantee it. We never know more than they know. We know that they want to address it. We'll see what happens.
All right, Adam Caplan, you look at all the stuff here on this offensive side of the ball, and it seems that, well, depending on A.J. Brown's future, they're at least taking one more shot with the core of this offense with Sean Mannion to see. It's almost like we'll give you guys a chance to see if you can figure this offense out. If not, they might be able to. They might have a different look in 2027.
Yeah, boy, Dickerson, they can get out of his contract. He is signed through 28, but they could get out of his contract, take some dead money. Dead money is not the big deal that the media thinks it is. In fact, it's actually a very minor thing talking to clubs about this. People get obsessed over it, but clubs are not, clearly. They care very little about it, clubs. They'd rather not have it. But
that's obvious now with when was the dead cap hit on Tua? $90+ million?
Well, Mike, $54 million fully guaranteed. It is really remarkable, Mike, that they walked away from that.
And Kyler Murray is the other one.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. In fact, the Vikings, they did it too. I don't get it. But here's the thing: they owed Javon Hargrave and Jonathan Allen a lot of guaranteed money, and there's a lot of dead money, Mike. And I always told people, well, I shouldn't say always. I didn't know it wasn't a factor. Clubs don't care about dead money; they care about fully guaranteed money, and it's really remarkable what the Vikings have done. They're a hard team to figure out. But getting over to the Eagles here, Mike. So they can get out of Dickerson's contract. They'd have some dead money. Tyler Steen, this is the last year of his rookie contract. Huge year for him. The question is, Mike, will they bring in, through the draft, competition? Willie Lampkin, by the way, who's going to, what we're told, he's more of a guard than a center. He could play both, signed through 28. He wasn't available this past season. And then at center, Cam Jurgens, Mike, what we contend is they really need to add a guard center in this draft. I know they like Drew Kendall. He'll compete for the backup center job, but he's totally unproven. He's a good fit, I'm told, for this new scheme that they're going to run mostly zone. Jurgens signed through 2029. He's got to stay healthy, Mike. They really need to address the depth on their offensive line, which is really, really poor last season.
And a lot of that, correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, is from missing in the draft the last couple of years.
Yep, Mike, which we talked about on Tuesday's segment. They Howie, look, he is NFL's best GM. I'm not arguing that, but all these one-year deals which they missed on, Fred Johnson's a nice story. Remember, though, Mike, they had to trade for him. How bad was their depth? They had to trade for him last season. Now they only get the seventh. He wound up being maybe their best free agent move, but it's not saying a lot, but he did a good job as a backup. So Howie's really got to address the depth on this football team, particularly on offense.
All right. I guess the other thing between now and I guess the end of the draft was Howie still working the phones. Maybe not for A.J. Brown. Maybe that comes after, but for something else. Andrew and I talked yesterday about edge, not a great edge class at 23, even like if you trade it up. And that's a spot that you would invest first-round capital on, right? You take an edge in the first round if there was a guy on your board.
Yeah, what I'm told with edges, it's actually very good for the first couple rounds. Then it just drops off significantly. It's kind of top-heavy. There'll be an edge for them. We'll give you this, Mike, closer to the draft, kind of what we're hearing, what we're looking at there. But, it's Eagles have 9 draft picks, Mike, but you know Howie, he loves to shake it up. This is what he does. I've talked to people who work for him. He gets kind of antsy, and it'll be fascinating because they're in a tough spot at 23. It's the true first-round grades. We've talked about this now for 9 years. They're typically anywhere from 15 to 18 given out. Very few teams will have any more than like 23 to 25. So it's a tough spot the Eagles are in. I'm very interested to see what the Eagles do here.
Oh, we all are, Adam. We all are. Football, of course, football at 4 here on a Friday as the Eagles getting inside 2 weeks to the draft. 23 is the slot. Bunch of mid-round picks. We'll continue to look at them here on Football at 4. Adam Caplan and the guys over on the Inside the Birds podcast. Get it on all podcasting platforms. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
As always, a football edition, Friday edition of Football at 4 with Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast here on the Sports Bash. And a couple things that I want to dive into. Now, Josh had told me earlier today, Kenny Moore from the Indianapolis Colts agreed to seek a trade. He's a guy who is a veteran corner. Could the Eagles get involved in a trade to bring in another corner? Maybe. I mean, they did sign Woolen. I think you see Woolen, Cooper DeJean, and obviously Quinion. Now, could Kenny Moore come in, play the slot? Because you bring this up, obviously, is because the Eagles definitely, we talked about this with Andrew yesterday, they got to find a safety. I don't think the Eagles want to play Cooper DeJean at safety full time. So I don't particularly think they would be interested here, but that is news that came out today that the Colts and Kenny Moore have agreed to seek a trade. They will try to find him a new spot.
Now, you said long term. What about 1 year, though?
No.
Not even for
long
1 year.
term, I mean the full season.
Okay.
I'm not talking about 3-5 years. I mean, I don't think they want him to play there week in and week out.
So you still feel like his primary value, at least in the Eagles' eyes, is just as a corner?
Yeah, I think they like how they use him. I think they like that he's inside, outside, kind of a Swiss Army knife. They can do it. I don't think they want him locked into playing safety every single down.
Gotcha.
I don't think so. I could be wrong, but
again, to those who don't know, so Kenny Moore is a guy, he's entering the final year of his guaranteed money on his contract. He's 31 years old. He has a lot of experience playing both nickel and outside corner. And the idea is he has been rumored in the past about as a potential target for the Eagles because he is a cornerback. The problem is one, he's a little older. He's 31 years old. Two, you're basically acquiring a rental for 1 year.
yeah. Well, which is what you're doing with Woolen, too, though.
Yeah, but Woolen's younger.
Yes, I'm just saying, like, you could lose both Woolen and him the very next season. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The Phillies did switch their lineup today. We've been talking about it. We talked about it during Phillies Fastball today. They made a pretty significant change to the lineup. I think most people thought they were going to flip Marsh and Stott. They moved Marsh, but they left Stott in the 5-hole. Brandon Marsh today is hitting in the 4-hole for the Phillies. So the Phillies are essentially stacking all of their lefties. Bang, 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 except for Crawford. He's hitting in the 9-hole today. But they are stacking all of their lefties essentially because Arizona does not have a left-handed pitcher. Now, somebody texted in and said, how is it possible? Let me get the text message. Mike, how is it possible Arizona does not have a left-hander in the bullpen? They did have one, Backus. They traded him to the Phillies before the season started. I don't know how they went through the whole season and decided not to carry a left-hander. It's crazy. So when the lineup came out, we were like, what are you doing? But now that they say, look, Arizona doesn't have a lefty in the bullpen, I can understand that, making a lot more sense. Now, Thompson did meet reporters just moments ago, and we're going to be talking with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, who was among them, I believe, at 4:30 today on the show. His reasoning is basically that they do not have a lefty in the bullpen. But I guess the big question is this the normal lineup against righties? I would say no. Because most teams will have a lefty in their bullpen. You can't stack 4 lefties, even if a right-handed pitcher starts the game. Because you get into the 5th or 6th inning, you bring in a lefty. Now the lefty's facing 4 straight lefties in a row. Bang, 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 bang. You can't do that. But in this instance, with Arizona not having a single left-handed pitcher in the bullpen, I don't see why this is a problem. In fact, it might be the best thing that they've done all season long, because now you bring in, let's say, normally the reverse splits for right-handers are not all that good against lefties. All right, now maybe there's one guy in that pen, a righty who gets out lefties. That's not all that normal. And by the way, that guy can't pitch every single day in the series, right? I mean, if at one point you can't keep using the same guy. So that really puts you at an advantage that whoever comes in the game has to face 4 straight lefties. And 5 out of 6, because you got Crawford hitting in the 9-hole, followed by Turner, and then Schwarber, Harper, Marsh, and Stott. So you got 5 lefties out of 6 hitters. So a right-handed pitcher is going to have to face 5 out of 6 hitters that are left-handed. Bang, 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 bang. It might be something. The problem with that is it's a short-term fix because you can't use this lineup against a normal team is really the way we go. Here is what Rob Thompson said moments ago about why Marsh has been moved to the leadoff, to the 4-hole.
So Marsh is hitting cleanup tonight?
Yeah.
What kind of went into that decision?
Well, they don't have a lefty in their pen. So we just stacked the lefties all together at the top there. And so once you get down to Crawford, then it's 5 out of 6 or whatever.
So there you go. They don't have a lefty in their pen. Marsh is going to hit there. I don't think the problem is Marsh is not the long-term solution there. Now, for this series, have a little fun. Rock out, right? But you can't do this long term. You can't do this. You can't hit 4 lefties in a row. You don't like this lineup, though.
No, I don't. And listen, I'm not discounting anything you're saying. But here's my question. And maybe my question is stupid, okay? I'm prefacing it there, okay? We have been told for a very long time that players don't like to be shuffled up and down the lineup throughout the year. Guys like to kind of find their groove in a lineup and be set there. So if guys don't like to be shuffled around through a lineup, why are you only changing the lineup for a 3-day series?
I think that's a fair question. Why would you do it for just the 3 games? I think that's telling you that they have not settled on a lineup yet. And the whole moving around thing, I agree with that. This early in the season, I think they're trying to mix, match, find ways to go. And you got a lot of guys on this team who are used to kind of moving around.
So basically to you, it's more of a, hey, it's April 10th and not June 10th. That's why it's happening.
Yeah, I think by the end of the year, by the second All-Star break, second half of the year, you want to kind of firm that up. But I think you're kind of feeling your way through to see, okay, let's put this guy here. Let's give him 20 games. Let's put this guy here. Let's give him 20 games. And you're trying to get sample sizes that are big enough that you can take something from them. So I don't particularly like, we talked about this earlier, I don't want to Marsh in the 4-hole. They just don't have anybody else. They just, anybody they put there, we're going to complain about. I get it. Garcia is probably the best option. But for this series, I don't have a problem with it for this. Like, if you were in a playoff series, Arizona did it against Philadelphia a couple of years ago. When the Phillies pitched a lefty, they hit Marte lead off.
Right.
When they pitched a righty, they hit Carroll lead off.
Right.
They based their lineup on who was pitching for the Phillies.
Right. But that was in part because that was kind of like their established lineup for those situations. We've never seen, at least in my recollection, we haven't seen this kind of lineup before.
No, and I think this is, look, we're struggling so much. We have an opportunity just to try to break out of this. Let's just stack these guys up and see if we can't get these guys going.
I think my curiosity is, and I don't think there's a right answer to this question. What is the obsession with Bohm being 5?
Bohm is not hitting 5. Stott, you mean?
I mean, sorry, Stott. I'm sorry, Stott.
I don't know. I have no answer to that. I said, I want to see the analytics that they have that says Stott belongs here. I can't imagine that there is any computer printout that says Stott makes sense in the 5-hole. And if there is, I want to see what it is.
Because, like, for example, you're telling me, hey, and Rob Thompson, you heard him say it, look, we're putting Marsh clean up because they have no lefties in the bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, you could have 3 lefties. You know, it's Schwarber, Harper, Marsh. But then you could put whoever you want at 5, and you could put Bryson, Stott, and Crawford at the bottom of the lineup back-to-back, have 2 more lefties.
I wouldn't have Stott hitting 5 in any, like, not even today with a lefty pitcher or a righty pitcher, and you saying we're just stacking lefties. Stott has no business hitting in the 5-hole in any lineup, period. I said, if he walked onto Oak Crest High School and said, I'm reporting, they wouldn't hit him 5.
They're probably making the leadoff hitter, honestly.
No, I mean, probably on that team, he hit 3rd. I'm saying, but he wouldn't profile as a 5-hitter anywhere.
Right. Anywhere.
So I don't understand why they thought he made sense in the 5-hole. Now, he did have a good finish to last year. I don't know what they saw in the finish of last year that made them think, you know what, we're going to start the year with him hitting in the 5-hole. I don't get it at all. I mean, to me, it's perplexing.
Well, Todd Zolecki has said multiple times on the Philly Show pod that he thinks part of it also has to do with the fact that Bryson Stott, I keep trying to call him the wrong name, Bryson Stott had a good spring as well. So that it's not just the end of last year, but also the spring.
I don't think the teams put a whole heck of a lot of stock in spring training. I mean, Brian De La Cruz hit like 350. No, 350. He had like a 380 on-base percentage.
He had a couple bombs, though, too.
I don't know. I think he had 1 or 2, but not a lot. But his numbers weren't good enough to get him on the team. And even though they could use a right-handed bat that plays the outfield. But Kemp, who did not have a great spring in terms of batting average. He hit 4 homers, I think, during the spring. And they just were locked in on Kemp playing regardless. Real quick, last year in August, Stott hit 307 with a 384 on base percentage and a 480 slug, 864 OPS. That's pretty good. September, he hit 313 with a 371 on base percentage, a 525 slug, and an 896 OPS. Now, if he gave you those 2 months for the rest, I can understand them saying, you know what, we'll give you a shot there, but still not enough power. He hit 6 home runs over those 2 months. But those numbers are pretty good. 307 average, 384 on base percentage. Those numbers are fine. He hasn't carried them over. We'll talk to Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com coming up. The Phillies have made some big moves. Now, they're not going to be long-term moves. You can't hit 4 lefties in a row in the middle of the lineup. But in this particular series, Arizona has no lefty. What does Mike think about it? We'll talk to him coming up next on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. 434 Sports Bash Live. So we're talking about the Phils lineup. A little change to the lineup today. Marsh is hitting 4th. Bohm is moving to the 7th spot in the lineup. I would imagine this is a short-lived weekend thing, which is what Rob Thompson kind of hinted at. They'll do it because Arizona has no lefty in the bullpen. They do have one lefty on the roster, Eduardo Rodriguez. He's a starter. But, Mike, this is a short-term fix. Are you okay with stacking all your lefties, if only for the weekend?
Yeah, only for the weekend. Normally, I wouldn't be okay with it. I don't think any team, against a bullpen that has 2 or 3 lefties would want to stack 4 lefties right in the middle of their lineup. You're kind of making it easier for the other manager to sort of, attack you, with a left-handed pitcher. The relief pitcher comes in, he's got to face 3 hitters. Well, there's 4 lefties right in a row. That's why you don't stack your lefties in that situation. But as you said, Arizona doesn't have a lefty, and Marsh has been hitting the ball well. The thing to me, Mike, and I find it interesting is I'm a little surprised. Now, I know they haven't scored a run in forever, but I'm a little surprised that Rob Thompson kind of, shook up the lineup this early in the season. And I think it speaks to the sense of urgency or the pressure the Phillies, despite what they say outwardly, kind of feel to kind of win and get off to a good start this season.
Yeah, and I know, the question about Wicks, he just got traded to the Eagles, by the way. So that's what made me think if Dontavian Wicks just got traded to the Eagles. We'll get to that in a little bit. Marsh, though, going to the 4-hole, I think that was the surprise. I was like, wait a second, wait. Because I think some people thought Marsh to 5, Bohm, Stott down to 7, just flip-flop those two. I imagine that might be where they're heading here, but I'm surprised they left Stott in the 5-hole. Are you?
Yeah, stunned by that. When they shook up the lineup, Mike, I thought they were going to move Garcia up to the 4th spot, put the righty in there, maybe drop Bohm in the order a little bit. But if you're going to move Marsh to the 4th spot, and again, Marsh has hit the ball well early in this season, at least he has hit right-handers very well early in the season. He can't hit lefties, but that is who he is. So I'm surprised that they made the move there. But if they're going to make the move to Marsh to the 4-hole, keeping Stott in the 5-hole doesn't make any sense unless you're doing this on a short-term basis and you don't want to shake up Stott and have him sort of drop in the order. So you're just basically flipping 2 guys. You're flipping Bohm and Marsh in the order, and you're not, shaking up Stott and Garcia and Real Muto and Crawford. So that's how it makes sense on the short term. But if you were going to do this long term and you wanted Marsh to hit cleanup, you would, I would think you would have to have a right-handed hitter at the number 5 spot.
I agree. And I guess, because Marsh doesn't play against left-handed pitching, so you would imagine on some days he's maybe hitting in the number 4 spot or even the number 5 spot. It's tough to have platoons hitting 4 and 5 in your lineup. So I feel like this is an unfinished product still that could have a much different look come Monday.
Yeah, again, Marsh in the 4 spot doesn't really bother me against righties, Mike, because he has hit the ball well this season off righties. And even if you go back to last season, over, from June 1st on, he got off to a horrible start last year in April. I don't think he had a hit in April all of last season. Then he got hurt, missed a lot of May. Then when he came back, he was able to hit right-handed pitching pretty well all season long. So I don't have a problem with Marsh in the 4th spot. You have to deal with the 3 lefties in a row. But let's face facts. The lefties are, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, and Brandon Marsh. If you're going to bring in a lefty, they've got to get through those 2 guys before you get to Marsh, and you would pinch hit for Marsh in that spot.
Right.
So I don't have a problem with Marsh in the 4th spot against lefties. But against righties, however. But if you're going to do that, you have to have Garcia or Bohm in the 5 spot. And I think it's interesting, Mike, that they didn't, they dropped Bohm to 7 in the order. Maybe that tells you a little something about what they think about Alec Bohm. I mean, here's a guy they tried to trade in the offseason. He's kind of struggled after that opening day home run. He goes from 4 to 7. Interesting, because if I was doing it, I probably would have put Bohm 5th and just knocked everybody down one. Like on Bohm 5th, Stott 6, Garcia 7, Realmuto 8, Crawford 9. Interesting that they dropped Bohm to 7, maybe a little message. And I always say when you look at these teams, don't listen so much to what they say. Watch what they do. That tells you what they're thinking.
Well, and I wonder, because Monday, they'll face a lefty against the Cubs here coming up here. I think that's on Wednesday is the next time that they will face a lefty. But does Bohm move to maybe this 5 or 6 spot when they're, facing a normal situation? The fact that Arizona doesn't have a lefty in their pen is preposterous. But maybe Bohm goes back to the 5, or do we think they keep him down in the 7th spot? That will be an interesting thing. But I would think Stott's the guy that moves out of the 5 and moves maybe down into the 7th spot. So those two, Bohm and Stott, will be the interesting guys to see moving forward here.
Yeah, and I think this weekend Rob Thompson might be, saying a little prayer that Garcia gets hot. If Garcia has a big weekend and hits 3 home runs this weekend, then on Monday you can put him in the 4th spot, and that kind of solves a lot of your problems, right? Because you got a right-handed power hitter who's hit cleanup before in that 4th spot, and then you can kind of, wheel out the rest of the lineup, sort of lefty-righty the rest of the way. So I have a feeling that if Rob Thompson, if you said to Rob Thompson right now, what does he want this weekend? Obviously, he wants, sweep the Arizona Diamondbacks, but it wouldn't hurt if Ardolis Garcia hit 3 home runs this weekend and got hot for a little bit, and you could see him batting cleanup on Monday.
A 9-game homestand, Arizona, Chicago, and they will face Imanaga on Wednesday. He will be the next lefty. They also face Chris Sale next Saturday, so there's another lefty. So obviously this lineup that you're seeing today, that will not play for very long. We did get news today that it looks like Zach Wheeler will pitch for Double-A Reading on Tuesday, 5 or 6 innings, 80 to 85 pitches, and then he will pitch again for Reading on Sunday. He will pitch on Tuesday and then Sunday, and then it looks like he will be back up here. So when the Phillies get Wheeler back up here, how much does that change any outlook for you?
Well, I think it's going to be very interesting to see what Zach Wheeler we get back, right? I mean, again, he pitched better the other night in his rehab start. Apparently, he looked good in that start, but Mike, the velocity was still down. This is a guy who used to pitch at 96, 97 miles an hour. Now he's throwing 92, 93 miles an hour, maybe 94 at some times. Those 4 to 3 mile differences are key. Now, is Zach Wheeler a good enough pitcher, a smart enough pitcher to kind of survive with the diminished velocity? I think so. Is he a smart enough guy to sort of reinvent himself later in his career, coming back from an injury and not relying on that pure velocity? I think he can do it, but it'll be fascinating to see if he can actually do it and how effective he is with the diminished velocity, or will the velocity pick up in his next 2 starts?
A lot of interesting pitching. Obviously you've got Luzardo coming off the 11 strikeout performance. You got Walker tomorrow, who I don't think anybody really is all that excited about. But you got Painter against Gallen on Sunday, and Painter keeps getting into these situations, Mike, where he's got to follow up the Walker dud, and now coming off of a dud himself, this is kind of an early season test for him, I would say.
Yeah, it puts a little pressure on the kid, right? He handled it in his first start, basically. If Walker gets roughed up again, and we talk about the bar for Taijuan Walker starts being so low, is that just lose me the game he starts. Don't get bombed out early in the first or second inning and force me to use my bullpen and impact the next day's game. So if you're going to screw up the game, just try to go 5, 6 innings. So we only lose that game, basically, and we don't lose the other game. But I think it's an interesting test for Painter, coming back at home after a rough start on the road. Let's kind of see what the rookie has in him. Let's see if he's got that bounce back in. Let's learn about his makeup here. We don't know anything about Andrew Painter yet or how he's going to respond to big league pressure. So that's what being a rookie is all about. Every time you step out on the mound, you're kind of facing a new situation, and let's see how you respond.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Mike, we've known each other quite some time. I believe you covered me in high school when I played, so you know me a little longer than maybe I've known you. However, over the years, we have battled plenty of times on plenty of sports stories. The Sixers have come up into our conversation many, many times in our existence. This one may be the cherry on the top of the bazaar. Where does the Joel Embiid latest rank for you?
Yeah, you just can't make it up, right? I mean, and again, you know, you just can't make it up. When the tweet came across or the release came across from the Philadelphia 76ers, in one way you're kind of stunned, like, what, appendicitis? How is this happening? And in another way, you're not stunned. I don't know what it is, Mike, but some guys just have a knack for getting in these situations. And you think about all of Embiid's situations, how many of them have been sort of freak instances, talking about, you know, the orbital eye bone when he kind of crashed into Markel Fultz in what was that, 2017, and kind of broke the bone right before the playoffs were to begin. Now he has appendicitis. Again, he just seems to find himself in these situations where these quote-unquote weird injuries or freak illnesses kind of always happen to him at inopportune times. What were we talking about all season long, Mike? We were saying, I can't believe in the Philadelphia 76ers because I don't believe Joel Embiid can stay healthy for the playoffs. And lo and behold, you know, when I say that, I'm thinking knee injury, hamstring, ankle. I'm not thinking appendicitis, but lo and behold, that's what it is. I mean, it is unbelievable the amount of stuff that has happened to this guy, all in this time of year as the playoffs are about to start next week. You can't make it up.
You can't make it up, and then, of course, everybody's going to go to, you got to trade him, you got to get rid of him, but it still doesn't seem plausible to me, right? I mean, this only adds to the lack of ability to try to move him.
Right, absolutely. There's two things. His lack of ability to get on the court and stay on the court at a consistent basis. What franchise is going to, you know, give you a king's ransom for Joel Embiid, and that and the fact of his contract? I mean, again, factor in the contract, which is somewhere around, you know, between, you know, I forget what the exact number is that he'll get next year, but it's somewhere near $70 million for the season. To me, the perfect spot for Embiid would be a team, a contending team where he would go, and if he did get hurt, he wouldn't, like, ruin your chances. Like, if he was on the Boston Celtics and he went down with appendicitis, the Boston Celtics would still be a formidable playoff team. If he was on the New York Knicks and he went down, now the New York Knicks would still be a formidable playoff team. But he's in that situation and kind of play the role of Bill Walton with the 86 Celtics, being a sixth man coming off the bench, giving you 20 minutes a night, maybe in that one playoff game like he did in the Olympics, getting hot in the second half, playing 30 minutes, and giving you that playoff win that pushes your team to a title. The question is, you know, what team has, you know, $70 million in cap space to add what is basically a role player to? I don't know if there's any team like that in the NBA, but if you're the Sixers, you know, you got to hold a meeting after the season and decide, Sixers management has got to decide, you know, which way is this thing going? Because the way they're going right now is just not sustainable.
No, and Mike, you know, we talked about it earlier, is the fact that you got Maxey, you got VJ, so you got two young players. The problem is you can't add to them because you got these two old guys taking up all the money.
Right. And the one thing I will say, Mike, is that Paul George has come back. If your team and if you're looking for a veteran scoring, Paul George has come back from his suspension and played just about great. So I think he's kind of redeemed himself a little bit and proven that he still has some value out there. So I can see a team maybe making a move for a Paul George. But Embiid, there's just no way. And unfortunately, he's kind of like an anchor around the team right now. I mean, as long as he's on the roster, it's very hard to envision them, you know, advancing deep in the playoffs or being able to win on a consistent basis because he's just not healthy.
No, and I imagine you won't see him, you know, probably the rest of this. You probably, I mean, I imagine they don't get out of the play-in tournament if he doesn't play, and that's the end of the season for him.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, Mike, you know, to think about. It's almost like now we're at the stage where you're thinking about what might have been, because you still see the moments of brilliance when he comes back and he's able to score, you know, 32 points in 25 minutes. And for his size, his ability to shoot the ball, his touch. but it's just, it's kind of almost heartbreaking, to kind of see how his career has unfolded.
Yeah.
It's kind of, it gives you a sense of, again, what might have been, especially sometimes when you see highlights of what he looked like coming out of college and how thin he was and stuff like that. It's just, it's the old saying, the saddest story in sports is what might have been. And that's the epitaph on the Philadelphia 76ers process era right now. It's buried, it's in the grave, and on the tombstone it says what might have been.
What might have been. Because you're seeing a lot of tanking teams now prospering. Oklahoma City, Detroit was really bad for a while. Now they're the number 1 seed. San Antonio, they were bad. Now they're a 60-win team. So they got it right, and the Sixers got it wrong. Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Mike, we'll see you down the road. Everybody have a great weekend.
And you do the same. Mike McGarry, by the way, I did say the Eagles did make a trade. They have acquired wide receiver Dontavian Wicks from the Packers in exchange for a 5th-round pick this year and a 6th-round pick in next year's draft. Wicks, kind of an interesting prospect, actually. 18 games started in his career, 46 games overall, has in 3 seasons, he has 108 catches for 1,300 yards, 11 touchdowns. He's been a guy that has found the end zone. We'll talk a little bit more about Wicks coming up next hour. Sal Paolantonio joins me next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And right now, we're talking football. Let's get you entered. 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7. 2 more qualifiers right now for this year's Eagles draft party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. It's caller 6 and caller 7 right now. You are entered to win a pair of tickets to see an Eagles game at Lincoln Financial Field. You must be present to win at our Eagles draft party on Thursday, April 23rd. We also have other great prizes to give away, like an overnight stay to Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, concert tickets, comedy shows, and more. Caller 7, 6 and 7 right now. Good luck. Sal Pal next. 5 o'clock hour Sports Bash. I got two more qualifiers I want to introduce everybody to. We're going to see them at our draft party. Doug in Cape May Courthouse. Jackson in Cape May. Congratulations to Doug and Jackson. We will see you at our draft party on April 23rd. We're going to be at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. I got a pair of Eagles Club Box tickets. I've got an overnight stay to Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, and I got other great prizes. I got Sal Paolantonio. Is that a better prize than the Club Box tickets and the overnight stay to Ocean? What do you think, Sal? Are you on a Sal Pal Friday a better prize than Eagles Club Box tickets and an overnight stay at Ocean? What do you think?
No, definitely not. Those are some seriously good prizes you got going there, Mike. We haven't talked since the Super Bowl, Mike Gill. I'm back. I'm back on the Sports Bash. I'm looking forward to the NFL draft. We're less than 2 weeks away, and I will join you live on your show on Thursday, April 23rd. I'll be embedded with the New York Jets.
Wow.
Up there at Florham Park, New Jersey. So I'm looking forward to joining your show live like I did last year from the New York Giants facility. It always seems they send me up to the Jets and the Giants. You know why?
They're always picking up at the top of the
terrible,
draft.
Yeah. They're always terrible. They're picking at the top of the draft. So we just finished taping our NFL Matchup Show 2026 NFL Draft Special here at NFL Films. It airs this coming Tuesday, April 14th, 7 p.m., and you can also get it on demand in ESPN Plus. And, Greg Cosell and Darius Butler just put in a fantastic performance breaking down these NFL players in a way that no other show does. What we do is really look at how they project into the current NFL. Where will they fit in terms of scheme, in terms of needs for these teams, and in terms of where the coaches are going. 10 new head coaches, so you've got a lot of new schemes. It's a fascinating show. It really is, Mike.
Yeah, that's going to be on Tuesday the 14th, 7 o'clock, the Matchup Show Draft Special. That tells you football is back, at least for the draft season here, and Sal Pal is back. And right before you come on, the Eagles, Howie makes a little trade here. Dontavian Wicks, a wide receiver, gets a 1-year, $12 million extension for the trade. And, Sal, you know how this works. I mean, you make a trade for a wide receiver. There's a wide receiver who's been in the news. Are you reshaping the room, or are you strengthening the room, or are you anticipating losing a member of that room? What do we make of them making a trade for a wide receiver and then giving him a 1-year, $12.5 million extension?
Yeah, that's a lot of money for a guy for 1 year. So you know they're going to use them, and they know they like them. If it's all guaranteed money, that's a big deal. So it clearly is some kind of signal about what they're doing at the wide receiver position vis-a-vis A.J. Brown. There's no question about it. I've always maintained, Mike, that there's been so much talk about A.J. Brown being traded that it's going to be hard to repair all of the hard feelings that have developed within the fan base and within the organization, and maybe A.J. Brown himself, to bring him back. So the proof in the pudding will be what? Does he show up April 20th for the off-season workout program? That's the big deal.
I agree.
I mean, he doesn't have to.
Mm-hmm.
It's not mandatory. But if he doesn't show up, that will definitely be a big signal, because he's always been a full participant in the off-season program.
By the way, Wicks from Green Bay, there was a coach that's calling plays for the Eagles named Sean Mannion, was in Green Bay, and you could put a little, hey, I like that guy. He's got something. He knows my offense pretty good. So you connect those dots a little bit there. I want to ask you, Sal. I've been asking this question to my listeners and see what you think. You know, the Eagles think they're a Super Bowl contender this year, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so with that,
I think they're a Super Bowl contender this year, 100%. I mean, first of all, the division is weak, and they've had 4 straight seasons of double-digit wins. So this team is not going anywhere, and I believe that Jalen Hurts is going to be just fine in this offense. So go ahead.
So then, does trading A.J. Brown, and maybe you get a first-round pick and a pick next year, but for next year's draft, Does trading him post-draft and not getting a player to help the 2026 team make sense then? If you think you're a Super Bowl contender, does trading A.J. Brown and not getting a player back to help this year's team, does Howie Roseman, I don't want to say he's going to punt, that doesn't mean he's punting the season, but that makes you a lesser Super Bowl contender, right?
Well, a lot depends on whether A.J. Brown is, a willing participant and whether or not he's going to fit into this offense. I mean, he still has enough left as a player to help the team, certainly. But, they lost that game to San Francisco in large part because he didn't show up in the game. Mm-hmm. So in the wild card game at Lincoln Financial Field. So, I think, again, he's 29. He's going to be 29 this year. He's making $29 million. And next year, he'll be 30 years old when he goes into the season in 2027. Are you really bringing him back for 1 year? Because you're not bringing him back as a 30-year-old when you can get rid of him fairly easily.
And then the next year, his trade value goes down. This is probably his highest value right now.
Yeah, but the problem is that they overvalued it, right? There weren't that many teams willing to give up much, and you demanded a first-round pick this year. A first-round pick for a 29-year-old wide receiver plus some, I thought was a very high asking price. I thought they priced themselves out of the market. There weren't too many teams willing to do that. There are 6 or 7 wide receivers that will go in the first round in this draft. Wide receiver is the most drafted position in the last 3 years. 99 wide receivers have been drafted. So, teams draft wide receivers and teams want to be young and not have to overpay. I never believed that the Eagles were going to get a first-round pick. And I'm with you, Mike.
Even after the Waddle trade, though?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then you're with me with what?
No, I'm with you that, is it better to have him on the roster and get something for and not get something for him, or just move on from AJ Brown and get that drama out of the locker room, get that drama out of the building, because it will be a constant point of discussion.
Right.
You're trying to move forward with a new offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
He
the
clearly wants
addition by
his people in the
subtraction
building.
theme, right?
It's a monstrous distraction, and he's not even your biggest problem. A.J. Brown is not your biggest problem on this team.
And that would
The
be?
biggest problem is the offensive line.
Yeah. They have
That
all
is the
sorts of
biggest
questions
problem.
up front there because and Sal, they go into a training camp with a new offensive line coach and really 3 spots on the offensive line where you're not sure what to expect with Landon Dickerson, Juergens, and I guess to some extent, I don't know if you put Steen in that spot, where is he solidified himself or not? I don't know what you think about that.
I don't think he solidified anything. Lane Johnson missed 8 games last year, and as we know, the team's winning percentage is 35% with Lane Johnson out and 68% with Lane Johnson in the starting lineup.
Right.
So the first thing that I want to see is who's the heir apparent at right tackle for Lane Johnson?
I would say
That
he's
guy
not on
doesn't
this team,
exist
right?
now.
He's not on this team.
That guy doesn't exist right now.
Right, exactly. You've got 23, okay? That's the draft choice. Obviously, this team generally goes best player available. This is a draft, though, where they've got a lot of needs, right? Do you agree that they do have a lot of needs that they need that would be in play at 23?
And 23 is a bad spot to draft to get a blue-chip prospect on either the offensive or defensive lines. So the Eagles have drafted only 3. I want to go back to the A.J. Brown trade thing because I think you raised a really good point, and we'll do that after we discuss this because I think people need to understand. A.J. Brown's going to be 30 next year when the team takes the field in September 2027. This is the best opportunity to trade him right now.
Yeah.
And you get as much as you possibly can for him. Even if you make a draft day trade for A.J. Brown that is not really consummated until after June 1st, I think that you have to do that. If somebody's on the clock and they realize they didn't get a wide receiver and they're a team that's close, and like Kansas City, I mean, to me.
Well, and it's funny you say that because I kind of half jokingly throw out the other day is at 31 when the Patriots pick, do you pay attention closely to who they take to see if that's a guy that the Eagles might say, hey, we need you to take that guy for us. And maybe that's the player you get back in return for A.J. Brown, although I think that's a little far-fetched. But
the Patriots were never going to overpay for A.J. Brown. Elliott Wolf's father, Ron Wolf, is in the Hall of Fame. Ron Wolf would have – that conversation on Easter Sunday would have been really, really difficult for Elliott Wolf. What did you do? You traded a first-round pick for a 29-year-old wide receiver,
right?
And you're facing the most difficult schedule in the NFL this year.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think the Patriots are going to make the playoffs this year. I don't.
Well, and by the way, yes. So there has been many people that think that post June 1st that trade has been when it would happen, and it's with the Patriots. Do you think that the Patriots are the only team that they would work with to send AJ to, or is there other suitors? Because Les Snead did admit that they were in conversation. Now, I think that ship has probably sailed for the Rams.
Yeah, I think you have to look at the two teams that Howie Roseman always does business with: Houston Texans and Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to look at, other than the Patriots. I think the Patriots are very much in play, but you're not getting, obviously, a first-round pick this year, and you're not getting one next year either. You're not getting a first-round pick for A.J. Brown.
Sal Paolantonio. Yeah. Edge rusher, okay. Is there still a possibility that Howie's working the phones, and could you see – I know this time of the year, crazy stuff happens. Last year we were talking about like Myles Garrett getting traded and Trey Hendrickson, and that never happened. But is this the year something comes out of right field and they make a deal? Because Jalen Phillips not being here, they got to replace him somehow.
Well, they do. The problem is you have to pay Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. You got so much money that you have to come up with to pay this defense. You already have the most expensive offense in the National Football League. You need to get cheaper on offense. And you have to set aside money for those secondary players. You already let Reed Blankenship go. You already didn't match for Jalen Phillips. Smart, not smart, don't know. So I'm not sure they're able to do that trade when it comes down to what you're going to pay Myles Garrett and then have to turn around and pay. Okay, are you paying Jalen Carter, or are you shipping Jalen Carter to Cleveland? Are you to get Myles Garrett? Or how are you paying Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean? Because those are big monster numbers, especially Quinyon Mitchell. Mitchell is going to demand, basically Darrelle Revis money. I mean, he has become Darrelle Revis.
Yeah, and that secondary, obviously, with Cooper and Quinyon, one of the best in the league. They did get Rick Woolen as well. So they think they have strengthened that secondary. But can they afford all that plus more? We'll see. Obviously, one of the big stories last week was the article about Jalen Hurts. Did anything in that, did anything stand out to you, Sal, that when you read that, you said, when I talked to Mike Gill, I got to bring this up about this Jeremy Fowler and Tim McManus piece? And I know you know Jeremy and Tim very well.
I do. They're my colleagues. I thought the reporting was excellent by Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler, and I thought it was an excellent piece. It really shed some new light, I thought, on the dynamics behind the scenes. And, that story about the conversation on the sideline at the end of the game against San Francisco in the wild card game where, they basically ran two plays back to back, the same play back to back at the end of the game, was extremely telling. But I will say this, and I don't understand how anonymous sources are talking to anybody, and again, great reporting by Fowler and McManus, about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts delivered a Super Bowl title. Jalen Hurts gave you a ring and gave you a legacy and gave you immortality in Philadelphia. And he almost did it twice. Okay, so in my opinion, if I am Nick Sirianni, if I'm the coach, I go into the locker room or I go into the meeting room and I say, all right, first of all, everybody keep their mouths shut about our quarterback. We are trying to change the offense here. This is not about Jalen Hurts. This is about the Philadelphia Eagles. We have to protect Jalen Hurts, and we have to protect him on the field and off the field because he deserves that, and he does. He does deserve that, 100%. This guy's on his 6th offensive coordinator, 11 if you go back to Alabama and Oklahoma. So he has done an unbelievable job adjusting to the circumstances he's been given. What's gone with A.J. Brown is crazy. Why would he want to be under center when his center had a back problem? His right guard, who was underperforming. His left guard was partially injured during the season. His right tackle that's going to the Hall of Fame missed 8 games. Mm-hmm. I mean, give me a break on the criticism coming from Novacare about Jalen Hurts, in my opinion. And if I'm Nick Sirianni, I have to be the coach here to fix whatever's coming out of that building about their quarterback.
Yeah, that's a good point. Listen, it's out there, and someone have suggested, Sal, that that's the organization wanting to send him a message to let him know that you're kind of on the clock.
Come on. I mean, really? That's crazy. That's crazy talk. That the organization is trying to send him a message officially or unofficially.
Right.
There's only one person that can send Jalen Hurts a message, and that's Jeff Lurie. And you know how he does that? He signs a big-ass check to Jalen Hurts every year, every week.
Every week, yes.
Yeah, going back to the offensive line, in this draft, because it's an important point. I think people are getting lost in the weeds about what's happening with this team. They have to fix an offensive line with a new system, a new offensive play caller, a new offensive design, and a new offensive line coach. And you have your starting right tackle, who was drafted in 2013, Lane Johnson, who's going to the Hall of Fame, but he's on the back 9 of his career. Landon Dickerson and Juergens coming off injury-plagued season. They have to get cheaper and younger on that offensive line because they have a lot of money coming out of that offense right now. It's the most expensive offense in the National Football League. And they've only drafted, Mike, you know this team inside and out. They've drafted 3 offensive linemen in the first round since 2013. 13 years.
Yep. They have, and by the way, some of the depth
and 2
pieces,
of the 3 were total duds.
Yes. Dillard was one.
And Watkins.
Yes. And by the way, they've taken a hit on the depth of the line because some of the guys they've drafted the last couple of years in the mid-rounds have not worked out. So their depth on this line is not very good all of a sudden.
Yeah, they're trying to find the next Jason Kelsey. Okay, well, that's all well and good, but at some point you have to pull the trigger on day 1 or day 2 to draft an offensive lineman who you know has the ability to plug in and play if you have a problem. And they have not done that. They need to address it. I know it's not sexy. It's not something that's going to light up the board back there at the station. What are we doing about the offensive line? But if you want to fix whatever's wrong with Jalen Hurts or you want to go forward in this offense, it has to be from the offensive line out, in my opinion.
All right. Sal Pal, don't forget the matchup show Tuesday night, 7 o'clock, and all over the place. You can get it on demand, ESPN Plus. It's ESPN 2 on Tuesday at 7 o'clock. The matchup show 2026 NFL Draft Special. That means we are going to be 2 weeks to the draft. Can't wait for that. Should be a fun night and an important night for the Philadelphia Eagles. Sal Paolantonio, Johnny G, good stuff with the offseason here so far. And I know the next couple of weeks, Johnny G is going to be listening intently at 5 o'clock.
Oh, I know Johnny G's listening right now. Johnny G, the grinder team at Ocean City at Burger Realty. I had my friends go visit Johnny G for a summer rental, so he's already getting he's already getting high marks from people who I recommend to him. So we really appreciate his support of the radio station and all our friends
Tis
down
the
there
season,
in Ocean
right?
City.
Summertime is already almost here. Can't believe it. And OTAs and all the mini camps, it'll be here before we know it. Sal Pal, we'll talk to you, man.
Hey, I'll talk to you next Friday.
All right, there he is. Sal Paolantonio, everybody. A Sal Pal Friday on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. You hear Sal Pal breaking it down. It makes you feel like I need a game on Sunday, right? I feel like I need a game on Sunday. We broke that story with, we didn't break it. Adam Schefter did, but we told it to you guys driving out there. Dontavian Wicks is now a Philadelphia Eagle. And, this is kind of interesting. Why would you go out and get another wide receiver? And as Sal said, you gave him real money, $12 million. He gets a 1-year, $12.5 million extension with the Eagles. And you now have Hollywood Brown, Elijah Moore, and Wick. So is that group with Devontae Smith enough for you to feel good enough about letting A.J. Brown go?
An interesting note about the $12.5 million in 2027. I looked it up. Wicks will be the 5th highest paid guaranteed money on the Eagles' books if nothing changes for the start of this season for 2027. So that kind of gives you an idea of how much they value him if he's already on the books to be that highly paid among everybody else.
All right, well, keep that in mind then. Schefter breaks the news. Wicks, 1 year, $12.5 million. It's a trade, a 5th rounder this year and a 6th rounder next year. So they had, I think, 3 fifths this year. So that means they only have 2 now. And the trade also means that Wicks pairs up with Mannion. So they were together in Green Bay the last couple of seasons. So check that out for Eagles fans out there. They did get another wide receiver today, which, only adds to all the rumors, right? All the rumors. Well, speaking of which, there is some new news in the whole Diana Rossini thing over there. According to Front Office Sports, The Athletic is now probing Rossini's photos with Vrabel. The explanation that she gave, apparently they are now looking into those explanations because there were some explanations that she said there were friends there. It didn't seem like there were any friends around in the photos, right? And some have suggested that, a private investigator was maybe hired to take these pictures. The other question was, Vrabel also said he was there with friends and there was no friends around. And by the way, no friends have come out and said, hey, we were there. You haven't heard anybody say, hey, we were there. What are you guys talking about? She posted a story yesterday, and it didn't go well. Did not go well. She posted a story. What was it about, the referees or something? Yeah, did not go well for her. All right, Sports Bash Live. By the way, I don't know what's going to happen to him. I don't think he's going to be fired or anything, but not a good look for either one of them. 609-403-0973. Mike, the Phillies moving Bohm from 4 to 7 is basically admitting they don't know what they're doing and currently don't know what they're doing. Seems like they're just rolling the dice to see what works. Well, I think real quick on that, I think moving them for this particular series, it's only because Arizona doesn't have a left-hander. I don't think you'll see this configuration starting Monday. But I don't know what to make of putting Stott in a 5-0. I wouldn't do it. 609-403-0973. When we come back, what's the math say for the Flyers now? That loss last night, it was tough. And we'll tell you what it meant for their playoff chances coming up next on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, your home for Flyers hockey. Stick around. Sports Bash has another chance for you to qualify coming up this hour. The White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. I haven't hit a lot of texts today. It's my fault. My bad. Check out my friends at Clark's Moving and Storage in Rio Grande. Let them do the moving for you. You got a big move? Give them a call. Do what I did. Call Clark's. Call 609-889-0780. They took care of it all. Visit them online, clarksmoving.net. Fantastic. I'll tell you what not to do. Don't call your friend. You want to help me move this weekend? Answer is no. I know the answer is no. They might do it, but I know the answer is no. All right, what did the loss mean for the Flyers last night? We'll get into the math on that. Kevin Durso from 97.3 ESPN.com. All the vibes were good. Felt like this was inevitable. What did last night do to the vibes? Vibe check, Kevin Durso.
Makes people nervous, I would say, because now you really have no margin for error. So now tensions are higher, at least from the fan perspective. The players can't let that creep in, but certainly from a fan perspective, it was a wake-up call. It's not going to be easy, and now the margins it's the slimmest of margins now. So you still have everything in front of you. You got some luck on the scoreboard, but not nearly enough to make that feel like you still have some comfort. There is essentially no comfort now. You still need to go out and take care of business. And considering the up and down nature of the team this season, that's far from a sure thing.
Yeah, so what happened in the game last night? Bad matchup with Detroit. Why Detroit beat you 2 weeks ago? They dominate, the scoreboard there. Then last night, that game, it's 1-0, 1-1, and then they just pull away, and you never really get back into it.
Yeah, special teams happened. Disgraceful night on special teams by the Flyers. Poor penalty killing. They give up 3 power play goals, and then a shorthanded goal while you have an opportunity on the power play to get back into it. That's essentially a 2-goal swing potentially if you were able to take advantage. Again, you trim the margin to 2, you get it back to 4-2, and you just never got any closer, and it felt like the life was gone when you weren't back to within 1 by the end of the second period. So it's one of those games, you flush it quickly and you move on to the next one.
Let's look at the next one. There are no games in the league tonight. Everybody plays tomorrow. Ottawa Islanders, 1 o'clock. That game has tremendous meaning because the Islanders and the Flyers both play 3 games. They both play Carolina and Montreal. Now, tomorrow, one plays Ottawa, one plays Winnipeg. Whose schedule is more favorable?
The Flyers very slightly, and only because Winnipeg still has an uphill battle to make the playoffs. In Ottawa's case, you're playing an Islanders team that you can put out of the wild card race with a win tomorrow. So that's kind of what the loss for the Flyers last night did too, is that it kind of takes away. This is why the percentage went down so much if you're looking at the odds. It took away the wild card avenue. Now you have an uphill battle to get back into the wild card because of Ottawa's win last night. So now everybody's fighting for that 3rd spot in the Metro. There's still 4 teams technically that are in play for that. The Ottawa winning tomorrow afternoon would take the Islanders out of the wild card picture officially, and it would put all of the focus back on the Metro there. So that's the tougher part because Ottawa's got to go in motivated. It essentially locks up their spot in the playoffs if they win that game. Whereas the Flyers go into a game where still definitely a tough matchup. You're going to play a Winnipeg team that's found life in the second half that is still in the race.
3 in a row,
but it's still an uphill battle for them because they need help too. So they're going to give you everything they've got because it's desperation mode for them, but you need to match the desperation. It should be desperation mode for you. Every game is a must win.
Every game is a must win. Islanders and the Flyers both have 3. Tomorrow, Islanders 1 o'clock play Ottawa. Flyers at 7 o'clock on 97.3 ESPN. They play Winnipeg. Then this is where it gets kind of interesting because the Islanders are on a back-to-back and have to play Montreal. What does Montreal still have to play for here?
So Montreal still has actually quite a bit to play for as opposed to Carolina, who I know we're going to get into as well. Montreal could finish 3rd in the Atlantic, 2nd in the Atlantic, or 1st in the Atlantic, and could potentially be the top seed period in the Eastern Conference or not at all. It's all in play. So the answer there for Montreal is it kind of depends on what you want. Do you want home ice for the first round? That means trying to win games so you finish 2nd above whoever comes in 3rd. If you want the top seed in the Atlantic and then to play one of the wild card teams, you're still pushing for that. Or do you want the whole top seed for everything and home ice throughout the first 3 rounds of the playoffs until you would potentially get to the Stanley Cup final, where it depends on if Colorado makes it to the final as well. Things like that. There's obviously so much that shakes out when the playoffs start, but that's the question. So that's what Montreal has to play for, is where they decide they want to finish in the standings and whether they want to play a wild card team, play a team, it still could be Buffalo or Tampa out of some of these in the Atlantic. And that's what's at stake for them.
All right, let's go to Carolina because they're on both teams' schedule as well. Philadelphia will face Carolina on Monday, and the Islanders will face Carolina to finish out their season as well. So Montreal and Carolina both factor into Philadelphia and the Islanders.
Yeah, so the difference here, because Carolina's already started positioning themselves for this, they sat a lot of players last night against Chicago. So from Carolina's perspective, there's less to play for because essentially it's down to, are you the 1 seed or the 2 seed in terms of the division winners, but they've already locked up the Metropolitan Division. So they're getting a wild card team. And for them, they might not care who they play. They might look at it and say, at this rate, it's probably looking like Ottawa's going to be the second wild card. So it doesn't matter if it's Ottawa or Boston, we'll take either. And that might be the way that they feel. For Montreal, it's different because of the fact that you could play any of those teams or anybody within your division. So there's a lot more options. Just depends on who you want as the matchup.
Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider from 97.3 ESPN.com. Of course, the Flyers with the loss last night, if they would have won that game, they had about an 80% chance and virtually would have been in. The loss brings it down to about a 45% chance. So they still do control their own destiny. They have that 1-point lead, and they might win this by 1 point. So how do they go with the goaltending over the final 3? Durso, map it out.
Well, the back-to-back is probably going to have to be split. So the question there to me becomes,
are there no goalies that play back? What are they, all Embiid's out here? No goalies play back-to-back?
Oh, no, there's teams out there that are doing it that way. The Islanders have done it with Ilya Sorokin. I know that there are other teams that have done it that way in different situations. Detroit has run John Gibson practically into the ground. And, now last night, it was a freak incident that made him leave the game last night. He was run into by Owen Tippett, so that's why he left the game. It wasn't like he tweaked something, but they've practically run him into the ground. So we've seen teams pull this off. Boston's used Jeremy Swayman twice in a row, so it's not like it's impossible. I just get the sense, let's put it this way. The reason why you take Dan Vladar out of the game last night is because you are preparing for Saturday. So you already made that decision was made 5 minutes into the second period when you were down 4-1, at least from a goaltending perspective. Shift attention to Saturday, get Aaronson in there, and let Vladar be ready for Saturday. The question for me about using the 2 goalies in the back-to-back becomes what the situation holds. I think it's favorable for the Flyers to have their back-to-back later than everybody else because it lets everything play out. The Islanders still have to do their part and put the pressure on the Flyers with the extra game on Sunday before everything is lined up on Monday for what the Flyers have in front of them. Same with Columbus. When you come to Monday, if it's winning in, you might go to Dan Vladar and say, go out there, win us 1 game, and then Tuesday doesn't matter. Or Tuesday might hold a ton of meaning, and you have to throw Aaronson on the Monday game so that you have your best goalie for the back end if it comes to that when everybody else is playing. So it really will be, I would be sitting back after tomorrow's game and waiting to see what happens before I make that decision on the goaltending for the final 2, because it could just be as simple as Monday's all that matters, play your best guy, or you have to use both and try to get results in both before you can talk about playoffs.
And, last night's game, obviously, you look at that, you're down from Jump Street. You mentioned special teams, but it was a game that was kind of an eye-opener. You're down 4-2 going into the third. So I guess you're within striking distance there. However, I guess the big question is, right from, Vladar ends up, you got to play both guys last night. And I don't know that you looked at either one and said, hey, you're going to be the guy that's going to get that nod on, Saturday night here, based on what you saw yesterday.
Well, yeah, yes and no. I didn't think Vladar played poorly. Every situation that they were in was a tough situation for him. You leave guys wide open, 2 feet from the net, it's sometimes tough to stop those shots. And Alex DeBrincat's a great shooter and knows what to do with the puck down there. You get Dylan Larkin in that area. Larkin gets a breakaway shorthanded. Maybe that's the one spot where you go, I could use a save, but it's still a tough situation.
Tough spot, no question.
So they're trying to get. I think at that point, to me that reminds me of the Washington game from about a week ago, a little more than a week ago, when that Tuesday night they played Washington. I thought Vladar was a little tired there. You get him out, you give him some extra rest. He doesn't play the full game in this situation, and you try to get him prepped as possible for Saturday.
The 5-on-3, there's your shot, and you couldn't get it done. And the special teams, as you mentioned, but that's the one. You're 5-on-3. You got to be able to, because there's your shot to get back in that game, right?
It not only is it your shot to get back in the game, but it wasn't much more than just a few seconds after it turned to a 5-on-4 again that they give up the shorthanded breakaway. That's the problem, and it's off of a forced pass by Tyson Forster. So you don't need to do that in that spot. Use that shooter mentality when it's there. And I think they were pressing at that point because they were probably shell shocked by giving up 2 so early in the second period. You force a pass, it turns into a shorthanded breakaway. It's a guy who knows what he's doing on a shorthanded breakaway because Dylan Larkin's essentially among the top 3 players on Detroit's roster. Detroit's been riding a wave of hanging around in this thing through the same 5 players. The same 5 players are the contributors throughout this thing. It's DeBrincat, it's Patrick Kane, it's Dylan Larkin, it's Mo Sider, and it's Lucas Raymond. Those 5 guys have kept them in this thing somehow or other when it looks like they don't have life left either. Again, and really that kind of game, it's exactly the situation Rick Tocchet was talking about a few days ago. The difference from being the chaser to being chased. Now you've got the target on your back and teams want to hand it to you. And that's what Detroit did last night. So that's why you got to regroup quickly.
By the way, the Flyers end the season on Tuesday. The Islanders also on Tuesday. But there are 2 days in the schedule, Wednesday and Thursday. So I imagine when they're done, there are no other games that will really have anything to do with them. So by Tuesday, they will know because that will decide the Metro, correct?
That will decide the Metro. If the wild card happened to still be in play, it's a situation you didn't want to be in because you certainly don't want to have Ottawa in a situation where 1 point or 2 points gives them that edge because you lose all tiebreakers. So if Ottawa was within 2 going to Wednesday, they do play.
They play Wednesday, yes.
And then you're stuck because they get 2 points or 1 point depending on what the margin is. All they have to do is pull into a tie with you and they would get the spot.
And that's it. On Thursday, they're all Western Conference games.
Correct.
All right, there you go. So Saturday night, listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. The Flyers taking on the Winnipeg Jets. They are out in Winnipeg, so they got to go out to Winnipeg, then come back and play back-to-back. Now, the Islanders have their back-to-backs first, and then they play Tuesday. So I don't know, you said a slight advantage for the Flyers in scheduling, but here we go. Down the stretch you come. It's probably going to come down to the final day for both these teams. Kevin Durso will be all over it. The Flyers are home Monday and Tuesday. Carolina, Montreal, not ideal. You're playing the top 2 teams in the Atlantic, but so too are the Islanders. So we'll see how it all shakes out. Kevin will be on tomorrow before the Flyers and the Jets, as Josh has a special hanging with Henning after the Phillies game on 97.3 ESPN and leading into the Flyers game. We have the Phillies at 1 and the Flyers at 7, so Josh will come on right around 4 tomorrow. So that will be post-Phillies into Flyers for you on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Durso, we'll see. Yeah. I've been talking to you a lot. I like this.
Yeah, I know. It's giving me 2020 vibes all over again. I think we talked every day during that month in 2020.
All right, we'll probably talk to you Monday. See you, man.
See ya.
All right, there's Kevin Durso at Kevin_Durso as the Flyers tomorrow night take on the Winnipeg Jets. Tonight it's the Sixers, and the Sixers who essentially their season is, to me, is worthless at this point. I can't get into a play-in situation. They're going to get knocked out. Now, they'll probably win the next 2 nights, but that does nothing for me. Nothing for me. They did make a move today, which is interesting. They waived Cameron Payne because he's hurt, and they signed Dalen Terry to a standard NBA contract. He was a G League guy, and now they're bringing him up just because they need another body. They need another guard. You know the Sixers are a 15.5-point favorite tonight? 15.5-point favorite tonight against the Pacers. Listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. We'll wrap up the show coming up next. All right, 5:52, getting ready to get out of here. Thanks to Durso, everybody watching today on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. For those of you watching out there, appreciate if you subscribe to the YouTube channel or hit the like button or repost on the X platform. You know, you can watch the show every day on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel or on the Twitter X platform at Mike Gill Show. Make sure you like and share and subscribe. You can always be a part of the show by chatting in the comments section. The more people that are a part of the show, the better. We have a lot of people texting in on the White Horse RV text board, and that is always fun. Let's see. I'm going to try to fit in a text or two before we get out of here today. We got a lot earlier in the show that I kind of missed. Mike loved the fastball segment. Oscar's awesome, honest and real perspective. Great addition to the show. Appreciate that, Shaner. What else we got here? Mike, how is it possible that Arizona does not have a left-hander in the bullpen? Yeah, for the people earlier who missed that, Arizona doesn't have a lefty, so the Phillies are stacking 4 lefties in a row into their lineup. Mike, I'd like to hear your grades for Dombrowski and Morey. Would you consider firing either? Both have been around for a while. Dombrowski, I don't think ever gets fired. I think he just parts ways when he feels like it. Morey, that's an interesting one. I think Morey's done a good job, not a great job. I think he's done a good job of, like, untangling a lot of the mess that they had when he got here. But I think they're kind of stuck in a tough spot for anybody to take over. Morey's like one of those guys. It's like Roseman makes mistakes, but Roseman's the guy you want to get out of the mistake that he made. Is Morey on that level? I don't know about that. He's good, not great so far with the Sixers. All right. Dombrowski, I'm can move on from Dombrowski, but I think he just has such a resume that he's not the kind of guy you fire. He's kind of like, hey, Dave, you got to step down. We're ready to move on. And we'll see how that goes at the end of the season. All right, that's the end of the show. I'll be back on Monday, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed the show today. We appreciate you all. And we'll talk to you Monday right here on the Sports Bash. Hey, there's the famous contest sounder right there. I need caller 6 and I need caller 7. Last chance to enter on today's show. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now. You are entered for a chance to win Eagles Club Box tickets for a home game this season at the link. You must be present to win at our Eagles draft party on Thursday, April 23rd at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We'll give away a ton of great prizes like an overnight stay to Ocean Casino, concert tickets, comedy shows, gift cards. 609-573-3776. Good luck. Monday morning, bonus chances to enter.